Open doors to dream, to passion, to growth, to new opportunities, ambition, innovation. Wide open doors to building unique entrepreneurship, to creativity, to investment, evolution, to higher intelligence. All of these unique open doors for this unique time, to leadership, to success, to common good, worldwide. Once upon a time, there was a unique and mysterious place where the sun and the moon would shine day and night, where the infinite land and the sky would meet like nowhere other, where the grains of sand behold the finest secrets of our beautiful humanity and its striving to succeed in creating and accomplishing the best possible for the common good of all, for the common good of life.
السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, most welcome to the third day of Biban23.
Of Biban23. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى
We'd like to draw to your attention that the simultaneous interpretation services from Arabic into English actually is available during the whole days of the conference.
نرجو أن نوضح لكم أن الخدمة الفورية متوافرة.
This event will be interpreted from Arabic into English and from English into Arabic. Please take your seats. We're starting shortly. نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من
We will be starting in minutes from now.
السيدات
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start Biban23 on its first day with the main speaker, Louis Nicholas, is the General Director of Innovation, Education, and Investment in the Global International Organization of Tourism. She's going to talk about SMEs and in the global tourism sector.
Is Louis Nicholas Barrio, Regional Manager, Innovation, Education and Investments Department, World Tourism Organization. Regional Office?
From the...
Hello. Nice. What a long name, eh? And title and everything. Anyway, so we are the UNWTO. As you may know, or you know, we are a specialized agency of the United Nations. We are specialized in tourism, of course. We are here in Riyadh not so long ago. We often opened the office, the regional office, last year, although we're fully staffed and working in all our projects since the beginning of halfway this year. So we're based in Riyadh. We're committed to Vision 2030, and our commitment here is for 15 years so far. Inshallah, we'll continue. We're going to give you a brief look around, a brief context of the investment landscape in tourism, specifically in the segment of startups and SMEs. Right now, the global contribution to the global GDP of the tourism industry is 6.1%. You may know that it got completely hit by COVID, and previous to the pandemic, we were at the level of 10.3. We went down a lot, and we're coming back, which is a good sign. The prospects is that it will recover very soon. In terms of investing in specifically venture capital funded startups, although it may look like the pandemic would have hit very strongly, in fact, what happened is that during the first period, the first semester of 2020, investments even grew from the previous year. Although there's been a shift in the distribution of the funding. Right now, it's been an evolution to more advanced, more mature startups. In terms of within the sector, we can see that there's a big chunk of the investment that's concentrated on ground transportation and only 3% on advanced technologies. This is something that should be changing. We should see an increase on that due to the increasing level of digital transformation. I was going to say something very complicated, but digital transformation has been embraced as a kind of saving board by the tourism industry, especially forced by COVID. So all these new technologies, top-of-the-edge technologies, you wouldn't think that tourism is a very technologically oriented sector, but it is. Think of AI, and you will have airlines using AI. Think of blockchain, and you will have the booking engines using blockchain. Think of augmented reality, virtual reality is in the forefront of tourism. So it's a very, very wide sector. It's many times it's when they ask me what's tourism, within the economy, it's a lot easier to say what is not than what it is. In a country or an area where your, say, a huge chunk of your GDP comes from tourism, then you may think that tourism is touching every single every single segment of your economy. These are the top tourism investors by numbers of deals. I'm sure you recognize some. I believe that Plug and Play is a big contributor here, is a very, very strong partner of Munshad. Sorry, I should have started my intervention by saying thank you very much to Munshad for having the UNWTO here and myself as well. In all the conversations we've had with them, we've had only a very, very good experience. We're very happy to be working with them. These are other main players also, of course. They're investing in tourism, but they're super big players. You may think, for example, Amadeus is behind all the bookings that happen everywhere. From the side of accelerators, these are the main tourism tech accelerators globally. We can see already one from the region, which is very, very interesting. And then when we look at unicorns, I believe it's not necessary to explain what's a unicorn, but in risking being over-explanatory, a unicorn is a 1 billion startup company, right? Only 1.2% of the startups that are unicorns are in the tourism sector. We can see Hopper there and other ones that you would probably are familiar with. For SMEs, this whole thing is about SMEs. SMEs are 85% of the economic sector of tourism. So we can say that the whole system is backed by SMEs. And within that, 80% are small or medium-sized SMEs and contribute to employment of youth and women significantly. And that links to the second part of my presentation that I will tell you in a minute. So there's no doubt that the SMEs are a priority to foster a better future for tourism. In that sense, the UNWTO has put together a program that is called Digital Futures. So you can look it up in Google, just Google Digital Futures, so you will see the UNWTO website in which you get all the information. But I'll give you right now some details. The objective is to reach out to 2 million SMEs in 3 years. We have 166 member states. So We are capable of reaching out, of covering 5 regions, 22 countries, and a total market size of 6.8 million. And these are the languages that is available. The platform itself, the Digital Futures platform, is available already in Arabic as well. So what we've done, we've established these 8 subsectors within tourism. This is also a way to understand better how the sector is distributed. Food and beverage, accommodation, travel, support services, commercialization, financial services, information services, transportation services, and complementary services. I had never said services so many times in a row. So anyway, what we do, we establish for those SMEs these digital paths: connectivity, business growth, e-commerce, big data and analytics, and payment and security. This is how it looks in the portal, in the UNWTO website. And then through these collaborators, what we do is the SMEs that enter the program, they have access to training from these people. So what happens is that they enter the system, and there's a self-assessment tool by which they get recommendations on what kind of training they should be getting. And then, so this is the path. Once they choose their digital path, that's where they're directed. And the training they get access to in digital tools is provided by at least one of the partners that I showed you before. So, in terms of innovation, my department, although we are UNWTO, in the regional office, we're not all the UNWTO represented. There's only 2, as we call it, knowledge departments. One of them is my department, the one I'm leading. That's innovation, education, and investments. So we focus on that. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit of what we do in terms of innovation, of helping to promote innovation. Our way of acting, since we are UN, we have like a privileged situation that we can reach out to chiefs of states and all kinds of institutions in a very different levels. So we try to create an open ecosystem in which we have the governments, the corporations, the institutions, I mean the public institutions, the academia, the investors, and the startups themselves. We have to put them together and create the synergies for the projects to get going. So, with that model, our ecosystem, our innovation ecosystem, is already configured this way. This is a global ecosystem in which you can see 473 academic institutions, 239 UN agencies, and so on. You see the figures. So when we open, our intention here in the Middle East is to expand this ecosystem to this region and embrace all the new, say, members of this ecosystem to benefit from being part of this whole one. So we do, there's like 3 ways in which we act in terms of how do we do this. And this is nothing new. Honestly, this is nothing new. I'm not going to tell you nothing that you don't know already. But we want to give it our flavor, you know, to make it special. In these terms, when we do startup competitions, we've done 9 so far, in which we had more than 16,000 participants for 150 countries and up to 21 partners. These are the big competitions, okay, that are general, and they can be global or they can be geographically confined to a certain area. And then we have the specific challenges that are more thematic. The dynamics is the same thing, but they are more thematic. So at the request of our member states, as I mentioned before, we have more than 160 member states. We kind of work for them. So we put together these initiatives in cooperation with the member states that say, okay, I want to promote this idea or this content or this thematic, right? And then we do the Tourism Tech Adventure Forums. These are the final events of the startup competitions in which we invite the finalists of the startup competition to go and pitch their ideas, and we do a big event. We're good at doing big events. After seeing this, I don't know how we're going to do to make it even comparable, because right now, right here, I feel like a rock star. This is incredible. Congratulations. Anyway, the impact of all this activity so far is $214 million that have been raised in funding for the startups, of which 27% are led by women. So it transpires to the whole ecosystem. If there are many women in the sector already, it makes sense that they are here too. So for that reason, the first initiative that we're putting together here, the first project, the first startup competition that we've decided to launch from the tourism, the regional office of the UNWTO in Riyadh, has the objective for us to jump on the wave of the inclusion of women in the economy that's already happening in the Middle East. And we've called this initiative Women in Tech for the Middle East. It will be directed to women entrepreneurs in all 13 countries of the region of the Middle East. And now I will play a really nice video that with these screens is going to look amazing, I'm sure.
Tourism is the top employer of women. The sector has become technically driven. With 34% of Arab females initiating tech companies, and just over 8% of Arab women are in the regional tourist workforce. It is time to reshape the industry. And build innovative skills. By empowering Arab women, by inspiring future generations. Be the woman. Appeal to action. Apply to UNWTO Women in Tech and submit to one of the categories of social impact, tourism and travel experience, future tech, events and community. Be the woman. Be the leader. Apply now.
Okay, that was nice. Gives me the chills. Every time I see it, I go like, whoa. Anyway, I should be getting back to my presentation in a second. Yes. So the startups that we're targeting are, of course, women-led startups. Also could be the founder. But yeah, either women have to be either the leaders or the main owners of the companies. The scope is the Middle East, the 13 countries of the region. It has to be innovative initiatives, harnessing tech in tourism, in the stage of idea stage, early stage, or Series A, and they should have a full-time team put together. The calendar is as following. Of course, only 3 days ago, we were celebrating International Women's Day. We aimed for that day, but I think that launching today within this fantastic event is also very good. And we're in the month of March. That's the month for women anyway. So during this, starting today until July, there will be the application time, the time for application, time for shortlisting, and then in September, 27th of September, we are celebrating here in Riyadh the World Tourism Day in cooperation with the Ministry of Tourism. We're going to have a big event. I'm going to tell them, look into this and make it better. And in which, in this event, we will have the finalists given the opportunity to pitch their idea, and they'll be the prizes will be awarded with the 4 categories, whatever the 4 winners. And then from then on, they'll be receiving the different benefits that will be provided for them. So, as you could see in the video, there are 4 categories to which candidates can apply: social impact, tourism travel experience, future tech, and events and community. As you can see, the spectrum is quite wide. As I said before, it's very easy to say, it's easier to say what's not tourism than what is tourism. What we want is to bring as many startups led by women or owned by women to this competition. If you doubt it, don't worry. Just apply, and we'll see. And these are the benefits that they will be getting. One of the, one of the unique benefits they'll be getting is that they will be members of our innovation network, the one I showed you earlier. And then they can have access to venture capitalists. As I mentioned right now, they will be pitching their proposals at the final event. They'll be having access to seed funding. They will also be able to have scholarships in our UNWTO online academy. I haven't mentioned that, but we have that whole branch of education that was not the subject of this presentation, but we can also provide a whole range of benefits through the education, path. And then, of course, once you're part of the network, you get visibility, you come to the events and everything, and make your proposal, your company better known. So that's the whole thing. I think it's a nice proposal. Humbly, we invite all the women entrepreneurs and women leaders in the area, in the region, to participate. I will also invite women leaders that are already looked up to share this initiative in their social media, in their channels, and help us promote this idea and help us in this common effort to bring more and more women into the business world and specifically to tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. نحن على موعدنا الآن مع جلسة.
We are just going to have another session about financing and attracting talent is one of the most important factors of growth. This session is going to be moderated by the CEO of Saudi.
Of Growth Driver powered by Endeavor. Our speakers are Janet Lim, Badr Al-Madi, and Steve,
تفضل.
and Badr Al-Madi.
Okay.
السلام عليكم.
Get peace and mercy be upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen.
Joining us tonight, I'm thrilled to have Mr. Jang Wook Lim and also Badr Al-Madi joining us tonight. Our session, as you guys you can see, is titled Funding and Talent as key showstoppers or growth drivers. And we're excited to be talking about this today. But before we start, if you'll allow me to give a bit of introductions about our esteemed speakers for today. Mr. Jang Wook Lim is the Deputy Minister of Startups and SMEs in Korea. Jang Wook, his role in the Korean government is promoting entrepreneurship, supporting tech startups and venture capital industry, and providing R&D program for SMEs and startups. Prior to joining the government, he was the managing partner of TBT Venture Capital, early stage startup investment. He also worked as a managing director of Startup Alliance Korea, a nonprofit organization that fosters the Korean startup ecosystem. He served as a committee member of the Presidential Committee and on the board director of SBA, Seoul Business Agency. Jang Wook spent time working in Silicon Valley and Boston, where he was the head of global business for Dome USA in San Jose, California, and he was the CEO of Lycos Inc. in Waltham, MA. Jang Wook holds an MBA from the Haas School of Business, University of California, Berkeley, and he also earned a BA in Business Administration from Hancock University of Foreign Studies.
Thank you.
We also have with us here our esteemed guest, Badr Al-Madi, Google Cloud General Manager in Saudi Arabia. Badr is based in Riyadh and leads Google Cloud strategy across the kingdom. His professional remit covers growing Google's cloud team in the country and supporting the growth and scaling of customers across a variety of industries spanning retail, healthcare, financial services, entertainment, and several others. Al-Madi will also focus on scaling Google Cloud's partnership ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. Al-Madi brings 16 years of information technology and tech sales leadership. He joins Google Cloud from Dell Technologies, where he was Country Enterprise Director for Telecom, Cloud, and Financial Services, where he led the relationship with Saudi conglomerates like STC, Zain, and Bobaili, and customers in banking and cloud service providers. Prior to that, Al-Madi began his career in 2006 with Cisco as the service account manager. He moved to Oracle in 2009, where over the next 4 years, he focused on client management of the financial industry. And in 2012, he moved to EMC, where he took up the role of the education sector. In 2017, Al-Madi worked in the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of Saudi Arabia as an advisor for the Minister on International Partnerships.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing experiences and great. I'm sure you're going to add a lot in terms of our discussion today in regard to talent and funding in the tech sector. In a recent study that Endeavor published about the tech ecosystem in Saudi Arabia, we saw access to talent as one of the top challenges tech entrepreneurs face. And not just tech talent in general, but specifically in access to engineering talent and also managerial talent. With that in mind, I would love to, Jang Wook, for you to help us shed light on how is the state in Korea in terms of ability of startups to attract talent to join them.
how we can attract the startups, and top talents to join the startups.
Yes.
So right now, startup is a keyword. Startup is very popular in Korea. So in order to bring the some top talents, attract them to join the startup, I believe the one thing most important is that everybody knows that startup is a cool thing. Everybody know that startup is important for the some economy, for our economy, and so what we do in Korea is we are actually trying to increase the startup awareness and the importance of the entrepreneurship. So in order to do that, people, when they want to get the information about the startup, wants to join, they have to join the community service. So there are so many non-profit, the startups supporting centers, and also some places people easily gather and doing some some startup demo days and startup education, and people get the information about that. So that's the important first thing. And secondly, we believe that they provide the education and training for the entrepreneur is very important. So as a government, we provide some lot of support for the school and even some company when they want to make their own entrepreneurship program, training program. We are getting, providing support as a grant and kind of those programs. In addition to that, I believe that it is very important to recognize and celebrate successful entrepreneurs and as a national hero. Yeah, because they have to be the role model for the young people. I like to become those startup heroes like that. So we actually promote entrepreneurs to the media and even for the government officials. So sometimes we encouraged our president to meet the entrepreneurs. So our ministry is actually organizing those kind of events for our the minister and also our president to meet the young entrepreneurs and celebrate them. And it becomes kind of some big media event and inspire the people to join the startups. And lastly, we believe that let the people know that it is okay to fail, because people are afraid to joining the startups because when they fail, they become a loser. But now, because there are so many good startups out there, and even though they have failed, they are able to learn some valuable experience and skills there, and they are able to join the other successful startup and start the career again. So that kind of things, we trying to spread those kind of notion that startup is so cool. Being entrepreneur is kind of cool thing, and you are able to grow with your career with that. So that's
changing
now
that cultural perception of entrepreneurs in general.
So change the conception about the entrepreneurs and startups. So now in Korea, startup is a cool thing, and one thing important thing is that the parents of the young people, they no longer want their children going to the big corporation. They realize that the startup is a kind of cool thing. Yeah. So for them, it's okay for their children to join the cool startups, because we have over 20 unicorns.
No.
So if you're able to join those unicorn startups, that's a cool thing. Yeah. So
that's great to hear, and maybe it builds on the event we're having today, Biban, which also helps in Saudi to promote
this kind of
entrepreneurship.
event is very important for
Absolutely.
Saudi.
But my question to you, there's a lot of the effort you mentioned will encourage founders to start companies. But how can we encourage young engineers or even experienced engineers to join these founders as employees? How do you see the shift happening in Korea right now?
Yeah, so in order to those top engineering talent or managerial talents join the the startups, let them believe that by joining those cool startups, they're able to grow their career. They're able to get more skills than just staying in the big corporations. And they're able to, once they believe, once they see the examples that their other colleagues joining the startups and making a lot of money, right? So if you have a successful startup like the unicorn and their employees make a lot of money from the stock option, right? So now a lot of startups actually easily giving them good incentives like the stock options and some shares. They are able to making lots of money. So that actually encouraged the kind of talented engineering software engineers to join the startup these days. And also they have a freedom to make things they want rather than staying in the big corporations. So
interesting. MashaAllah. Badr, we've seen, building on his point, we've seen the Kareem story happen in Saudi in the past few years and how it created this appetite for people looking to join potential unicorns. But from your point of view with such an experience in the tech sector, how do you see this happening in Saudi?
Speaking about the appetite for talents to join startups, I think the short answer is yes. But there are, actually before that, we need to shed the light on something that His Excellency mentioned, that why actually these talents want to join these startups. If we look at the demographic side of the workforce today, we've seen that the highest percentage are like millennials and Gen Z. They have some sort of tendency actually of taking risks. They're more risk takers. They've seen a lot of good stories. You just mentioned actually Kareem, and a lot of good stories. They want to replicate it. They look up at these, entrepreneurs who made it. They want to develop some sort of a bigger responsibility that they want to play within the place that they work in. They want to be close to the kitchen, who's making the decision. Also, the technology aspect. So the technology aspect is really important. If you look at the technology that are being used now in the company that is in the digital age, or that actually born in the digital age, they're completely different than the large corporations. We're talking about using advanced technologies, and people, they feel they're more relevant to that. And most of these startups where technology is actually part of their core systems. So actually these talents, they have also the desire to work in this technology that they master. And also the startups, they're looking to have these resources to be part of their teams. So I think from an appetite perspective, from a talent side, that the appetite is there. They want to succeed. They want to replicate the good stories that they have. But there is another lens actually that focuses on the startups and how to attract talents and what sort of messages they want to deliver to the workforce or the talents to come and work for them. I would believe that the crafting the right mission statement, the objective, showing people that they are, or the talents, that they are going toward the journey. This journey will start at a point and it will end at a certain point, is something really important. Also, convincing them or putting some sort of investment on the training. Latifa, I'm sure you've seen that. A lot of seeders now, they put training and development as a condition for them to come and invest in companies. And they link that to KPIs. And definitely, because they have seen that as they have seen actually training and development for the resources are really a huge, it actually have a huge impact on the company's operation. The most important aspect that we have seen is the financial perks in general. People in the talents who chose to work for startups, they develop some sort of actually tendency to succeed even financially. They look at some sort of equities, stock options. All these options are really important for them and to convince them to come and join.
Strong incentives.
Definitely. So I would summarize that the tendency or the appetite is there from the talent, as long as these startups come up with the right message and the right mission for them to join.
Value proposition for them to
Definitely.
And building perhaps their own, also their employer brand as well, as you mentioned. So in the recent study I mentioned, where we mapped the tech sector, a very interesting trend came through the data, which surprised us and surprised this research team, which was that the Saudi ecosystem, the tech ecosystem, was hugely influenced through big corporations. We saw corporations like STC, like Aramco, like Ilm, graduating a lot of the founders of today. With that in mind, maybe Badr, I'll direct this to you. How do you see the role of corporations today to help address the engineering gap in the Saudi market? And what are you doing specifically in Google?
I mean, and Google is something is part of our DNA. Google itself started as a startup in a garage, just like any startup today. If you see that Google have supported the ecosystem or the startup ecosystem in multiple levers. If we take it, for example, Google Ventures or GV, so formerly used to be known as Google Ventures, has a great, impact on the tech startup ecosystem in general. We're talking about more than 400 tickets with an asset under management of almost 8 billion right now. They get into actually to work with these startups, to mentor them, to provide them with the right support, give them some sort of even design thinking workshops, help them to develop their products. That's one aspect of the story. The other aspect is the program that actually we launched in Saudi 3 months back, which is Google for Startups. We've celebrated last month. We've celebrated the graduation in partnership with Garage, 14 startups from Saudi and the region. They were provided a lot of workshops to mentor them, a lot of design thinking workshops. We dig deep into the product life cycle for them, and now they are ready to go into the pre-seed. That's from the startup side. From the talent side as well, Google is committed to train almost 40 million trainees around the world every year. We're trying now to have that on the local market. We came up with multiple programs. We've celebrated the launch of our Center of Excellence on November.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So the Center of Excellence is up and running right now, provides training at no cost, and I would put multiple lines on that, at no cost.
For engineers?
Yes, for corporations and for individuals. This is something to promote our technology, and based on the market demand and what the market needs today. So you've seen like curriculums for advanced analytics. You see things related to AI, machine learning, and it's all at no cost, utilizing Google technology. Also, we have a part that will be covering or will act like a tech startup in partnership with the government to address government issues and try to resolve it, and try to take these ideas and whatever solutions we come up and take it through a path where we can actually take it into the next level to be companies.
That's amazing to hear, honestly. Janwook, so Korea is known for that large corporations are a big pillar of your economy, say Samsung, Hyundai, mashallah, and so on. What are the big corporations doing in Korea to stir more innovation coming into the startup and tech ecosystem?
Yeah, let me interesting one very interesting examples from the Samsung, because last year we surveyed about the 1,500 founders, venture-backed founders in Korea, about their background. And more than 100 people, the largest portion of those percentage of the founders actually coming from the Samsung. It's the largest. So why? The reason is that the Samsung, about 10 years ago, they started their own in-house incubation program named the C Lab. It's a creative lab which enables its employers to nurture their ideas into meaningful outcomes. So anybody who has an idea about the startup, their own business idea, they can apply for the C Lab. And every year, if they passed, selected, they're free to develop the idea without working for the company, and about 1 year.
Without leaving their jobs.
Yeah, without working for the Samsung, and they're able to develop their ideas while they're getting the paycheck from the company.
Wow.
And then after 1 year, after they develop their product and things like that, there's a test. So if they're able to pass the test, the Samsung Ventures actually putting the early stage funding for up to 200,000 or 300,000. And then they're able to spin off as an independent company. So in the past 10 years, more than 1,500 Samsung employees actually participated in the program, and there was more than 300 teams formed, spin-off. And now 60 teams spin-off from the Samsung right now. So after they spin-off, if they fail, they're able to allow to go back to the Samsung even after 5 years. So that's kind of option they have. So that's actually gives them big motivations for Samsung engineers and employees to join the startup.
To go and innovate.
Yeah, to go out
and
innovate.
Disrupt the market.
Yeah, so that's probably the reason why we have most founder from the Samsung. So that's good.
That's amazing. What was interesting as well, maybe Badr can also shed light on that, is the companies in Saudi that showed impact on the tech ecosystem each had their own incubation programs, like Aramco having Wa'ed and STC having Inspire You as well. We've seen that there is strong, so we're talking about startups, but what another critical aspect in the journey of a company is their ability to move from just being a startup to actually scaling up and having strong growth in the market. And what we've seen is that there is strong correlation between the ability of a startup to pass the 50 employee stage and them having one of the co-founder having C-level experience in before joining the company, and also having one of the co-founders to have a STEM-related field, meaning like engineering and so on. Having this formula has a stronger correlation between the formation of the company and its ability to scale. With that in mind, maybe John Wook, you can also share how do you see, as we mentioned in the beginning, one of the gaps is that there is lack of managerial talent, skilled managerial talent, willing to leave these big corporates and join startups. Yeah. So how is that trend of managerial talent in Korea?
Yeah, actually, 10 years ago, there's not enough the talents for the startup, that's for sure. But when I lived in the Silicon Valley before, I noticed there are plenty of the talent, leadership people out there who has experienced that growing the company, get funded, and going IPO, and those people joining the young startup and helping them to grow. But that wasn't happening in Korea before. But last several years, things been changed because I think that because we have so many startups, successful startups right now, people moving from the unicorn startups to smaller startup right now, and they are filling up those leadership role right now. So having more startups and matured ecosystem is very important because mobility of the people from the startup to startup is very much improved. Then secondly, we are starting to getting people from the big corporations like Samsung, Hyundai Motors, those engineers and those experienced people starting to joining the startup because they see the success and they are incentivized by the stock option. And lastly, I think that this is very important because of the lot of Korean nationals in actually working in the U.S.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, especially for the Google, Amazon and Facebook, and those young people who worked as engineers and the managers there, and then now they want to join, coming back to Korea, wants to joining the promising startup. They're looking for those companies. So those, these days, Korean unicorn companies, they're filling up their CTO roles, chief marketing role, from the people from the Amazon, Facebook, and Google.
From the Silicon Valley.
Yeah, so those kind of exchange between the those global companies and Korean startup is very important. And we are starting to accepting the foreign talents from outside. So that's the I think that the solutions for that.
That's very interesting trend. Yeah. And maybe just to wrap up, I know we ran out of time.
Yeah.
Badr, if you can shed, I know we talked about their ability to attract talent in the beginning, but specifically when it comes to experienced qualified managerial talent, how do you see, what are the roadblocks for startups in Saudi to attract?
I mean, again, coming back to that subject, it's really important. As His Excellency mentioned, we've seen some sort of a trend now from people going from giant companies to work to startups. I think the main driver behind that is the sense of responsibility. And people at a certain point of their career, they're looking to build a legacy that will last forever from both aspects, either something that will stay forever, and also from financial aspect where they have a safety net, having some sort of equity in company shares that will last forever, that will actually let me put it this way, actually. To have more of a proper valuation, getting them to have a safety net for the rest of their lives. So definitely that's something really more experienced people who work for giant companies, they have that sort of desire to move to these companies. I believe that there is a challenge today in the startups when it comes to managerial level. But again, attracting these talents from giant companies will definitely solve that.
Definitely, especially with the rounds of funding being announced lately, extreme and ability for companies to attract later stage funding.
And they pay good checks, and you know that.
MashaAllah. Thank you very much for taking the time and for the valuable conversation, and I hope the audience has enjoyed it as well as I did. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
راية العز دوما شامخة. إن ارتفاع الراية يعني
that the creed and the homeland is rising and in dignity. When the flag goes down and being defeated by the enemy, then it will be moment of defeat. It is a symbol of creed and homeland. Therefore, the reflection, the keen and interest by countries for their flags and conserve their flags is part of their guidelines and laws. In this day, while celebrating the Saudi Day, the flag that will never go down. There is music with the
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is Steve Chen, CTO and co-founder of YouTube.
Hi there, hello everyone. I'm happy and honored to be speaking at this event. First, some questions to the people in the audience. Has anyone here heard of YouTube before? Have you used the site? Have you used the iPhone app? Maybe you're even using it right now. And who do you subscribe to on YouTube? Who are your subscribers? If you want to subscribe to me, it's youtube.com/Steve. It was the first account created on YouTube, if you want to subscribe to me. And if I'm curious if you've uploaded your own videos on YouTube and what that experience was like. What I want to first talk about is what YouTube is like today, before getting into how we started YouTube. So the current metrics is that there are over 2 billion monthly users on YouTube. They post videos about cameras, they post videos about photography, about cooking, about pets. I often say that everybody in this room, they typically enjoy using YouTube, they like using YouTube. 95% of the internet users use YouTube, but they all watch different content, and that's the part of the beauty of YouTube. Sports highlights, personal videos, many, many more videos on YouTube. YouTube is operating now on the entire world in over 88 countries, covering 95% of the internet's population. And the best part is you can be in anywhere in the world, and you can be able to see content from anywhere else in the world. The YouTube revenue in late 2020, they just started breaking out the revenue of how much was coming from YouTube and how much was coming from Google. And as of 2020, YouTube was generating $14 billion, and it was 9% of the total revenue generated in Alphabet. And in 2022, in just 2 years, it is now 11%. Every minute, 400 hours of content is uploaded onto YouTube. And over 1 billion hours of content is being viewed every single day on YouTube. And that's more than all the content that's viewed on Netflix and Facebook and all the other video sites online combined. The second world's largest search engine after Google is actually YouTube. And it's the third most visited site in the world, right after Google and Facebook. And finally, I think we just found out that over 10% of all the traffic on the internet is actually coming from YouTube. Actually, if you take YouTube and Netflix together, that's 35% of the entire traffic on the internet today. So, introduction to myself. My name is Steve Chen. I've been in Silicon Valley for 20 years, and I was the CTO and the Chief Technical Officer and the co-founder of YouTube. My background was that I was originally born in Taiwan. I moved over to Chicago. I moved over to Chicago when I was 8 years old, and it was there that I attended the University of Illinois. And from there, I met Mark Andreessen, who started Netscape. I met Max Levchin, who started PayPal. And I myself went to Silicon Valley in 1999. I want to show, to get things started, I want to show a video from YouTube. I'll show the video and I'll explain it as soon as we watch it.
Hi YouTube, this is Chad and Steve. We're the co-founders of the site, and we just want to say thank you. Today we have some exciting news for you. We've been acquired by Google.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to every one of you guys that have been contributing to YouTube, the community. We wouldn't be anywhere close to where we are without the help of this community. Thanks a lot.
We're going to stay committed to developing the best service for you. Developing the most innovative service and tools and technologies so you can keep having fun on our site.
The most compelling part of this is being able to really concentrate on features and functionality for the community. We've certainly been listening to the problems that have been coming in, surfacing on the customer service as well as the developer front, and we're definitely keen on just reorganizing all of our efforts and energy back into building out the community and resolving these problems that you guys have been having.
And this is great. Two kings have gotten together, and we're going to be able to provide you an even better service and build even more innovative features for you. I don't know. Just keep going. Two kings.
What does it mean for the user community?
Get your hand off me. Kings. Two kings have gotten together. Yeah. The king of search, the king of video have gotten together. We're gonna have it our way. Salt and pepper. You can't do that. Go ahead.
All right, so this video was taken after 18 months after YouTube started, and it was the day that YouTube sold to Google. This was, in Silicon Valley, usually these acquisitions take far, far longer, but it was only a 5-day discussion with Google to sell YouTube. It was for a $1.65 billion acquisition. It was the largest acquisition that Google has ever made. And I think the most important thing is whenever Google makes an acquisition, usually what they do is they re-interview all the staff from the company and they place them into each of the departments within Google. YouTube was unique in that when Google made the acquisition for YouTube, it kept it in its own separate office. And even 15 years later, even to today, there's YouTube offices and there are Google offices. And the reason for that was Google tried to create Google Video. Google was trying to figure out ways to be able to compete against YouTube. But for some reason, we, a team of 56 people, was always able to come out ahead of Google. Therefore, the acquisition, but more importantly, they trusted us, the original team at YouTube, to be able to run things and to be able to decide what was important. Now, I think I didn't spend all my time in Silicon Valley. As I said, I grew up in the Chicago area, and I moved to Silicon Valley when I was 20 years old. And the first company that I joined when I went to Silicon Valley in 1999 was PayPal. And I don't know if you've seen, I wanted to show you this because there was an article that's categorized all the people that have started their careers in PayPal, and they called it the PayPal Mafia, because since 2004 and 2005, as people have left PayPal, some of the largest unicorn companies that have started in that period were all started by co-workers, founders of PayPal. So, you'll see, if you use LinkedIn, you'll see Reid Hoffman, you'll see Slide by Max Levchin, who is the co-founder, CTO. You have Peter Thiel, who was the CEO, who has started Founders Fund, Clarion Capital, and he was also a board member at Facebook. You have Yelp, Kiva, and then very importantly, who I'll get to shortly, is Roloff, who was at the time, he was he became the managing partner at Sequoia Capital, and that is the most prominent VC in all of Silicon Valley. And then, of course, I think everybody knows Elon, one of the co-founders, and now he's started SpaceX and Tesla. And these are all people that had worked together at one time at PayPal. And then finally, down in the bottom right, you'll see the 3 co-founders of YouTube. Myself, I was an engineer at PayPal, and then I became the CTO. And then you have Chad Hurley, who was a designer that I worked very closely with at PayPal, who became the CEO of YouTube. And then the 3rd co-founder is Javed, who was also an engineer who also attended U of I. And the 3 of us started YouTube in 2005. I think I wanted to talk about what was different. I think it's important to know what was different in 2005 compared to what the internet is like today. I think 2005, the internet had just gone through a dot-com crash. Broadband penetration, so the ability to be able to get high streaming download speeds, was only just beginning, and it was still very expensive. This was still a couple years before the iPhone was launched, so it was very difficult to take videos or photos on the fly. There was no way to watch videos inside a browser. If you were from that time, you know that you had to download an application. You have to download, install software. And a video that was taken on the Mac would no longer be visible and viewable on a PC on Windows. And it was a very difficult environment. And knowing that, the only real way to be able to get video content in 2005 was through your TV. And it was limited. There was no way to share. There was no way to interact with that content. And there was no way of being able to, you choose the time to be able to embed these videos onto your own web services. So when YouTube came out in 2005, I think that the very key innovative ideas that YouTube launched with was, one, you could watch YouTube content at any time you wanted. You could watch it as many times as you wanted. Any time, any day, you could watch it and you can share it. You don't need to download anything. Inside your browser, for the first time, you can actually view this content online. And I want to say that video services, companies, startups have tried to do companies like YouTube before 2005. And it was only a lot of the technology that came out that was released in late 2004, like the ability to be able to watch videos inside a browser that came out in late 2004 that made YouTube possible. And then I'll talk about this. It's one of the key parts was that YouTube didn't have a marketing team. But what it did instead was it allowed you to embed, it allowed you to take a video that you found on YouTube and put that onto your own website or embed it onto your own blog, your own eBay posting, anywhere you wanted. And the real reason that YouTube really took off was when before Facebook there was a website called MySpace. It was kind of the social networking app during that 2005-2006 period. And everybody there, they were posting photos, they were posting messages, text, instant messages. But at that time, they had no way to be able to embed videos. And it was through MySpace and the ability to be able to embed videos on the MySpace page that really helped YouTube take off. I think before getting further, I would like to show you in May of 2005, we released and launched YouTube, and this was the first video that was ever uploaded onto YouTube.
All right, so here we are in front of the elephants. And the cool thing about these guys is that they have really long fronts, and that's cool. And that's pretty much all there is to say.
Well, this is Javed. This was the third co-founder of YouTube. And I think it goes to show that on YouTube, it didn't need to be professionally edited content. You know, this is not very good video. I mean, but it has hundreds of millions of views. I mean, it's 18 seconds. It's him at the zoo talking about an elephant. But it has hundreds of millions of views. And it doesn't need to be that glossy of content. The audio could not be that good. The video doesn't even have to make any sense. But you can get millions of views, and you can make money by putting a video onto YouTube. And that's what YouTube was able to encourage content creators to come to its platform. When we first launched YouTube, actually, we decided to launch it at first as a, I don't know, this is kind of not known, but it was supposed to be a dating site. But we launched the service, and we saw that nobody was uploading any dating videos onto the service. So after 1 week where we received no videos, we started accepting all the videos. Before giving up, we said we're going to accept all the videos that you can upload. And all the back end of YouTube was there from day one. So all the ability to be able to embed videos, all the ability to be able to transcode all the videos so you can watch any video that's taken on any camera inside the browser, that you could share videos. That was all already in there. But we decided we didn't want to be a dating site. Let's be everything. And so then we started seeing videos come in that became viral videos. And I want to show you the first video that's ever hit 1 million video views. This is of Ronaldinho, and it was actually uploaded by Nike. And Nike, as a brand, they're very experimental when it comes to marketing, and we were surprised that they were able to, and they were surprised that they were able to upload a video of Ronaldinho, and it received over 1 million video views. It was beyond their expectations, and they invited Chad and me to go up to Portland to visit them to talk about ways that we could collaborate together. So this is Ronaldinho hitting the crossbar 4 times in a row. It looks like it's just somebody that was on the side taking this video. It looks like a user-generated video, but it was actually a very professionally produced video by the Nike marketing and ads team. Great. So moving ahead in the 18 months, I think a lot of people ask us this about why did you sell to Google? Well, we sold to Google for $1.65 billion. Right now, it's 10% of Google's revenue and monetization. So I think right now, if you were to say YouTube was a separate company, it would probably be at least 100 times that, a $165 billion company. So we get asked, why did you have to sell to Google? And I think YouTube early on had faced multiple obstacles. One of them was just the scalability, the amount of content that was coming in. It was still 2005, 2006. It was very expensive to be hosting data, to the bandwidth prices. But as an engineering team, we were able to figure that out. We were able to scale out the service and launch it in multiple data centers all over the US, and we were able to find ways to build out the engineering side that we could keep scaling with the traffic doubling every 2 to 3 weeks. However, the problem that we couldn't solve was the copyright problem. And to explain that, it's YouTube is user-generated content, which means anything that you wanted to upload onto YouTube, you upload it, and then instantaneously you can share that with anyone around the world. And as you can guess, the problem with that is that most of the users, they don't know whether or not they have the rights to be able to distribute this content. When people used to buy CDs, they used to think that they owned the music. No, you don't own that music. When you buy a CD, you just own the personal rights to play that music. You don't own the rights to be able to distribute that music. And so when people started uploading content that contained copyrights, that contained songs that were owned by Universal Music, EMI, Sony BMG, they didn't think that it was anything wrong for them to share this content. But YouTube, on our end, we received lawsuits coming in from Universal, EMI. Even at the time, I think in 2005, the music labels themselves didn't know what was going to be the future of their companies of music on the internet. Of course, now we have streaming content where you're paying services like Spotify, Apple Music, or even YouTube Music on a monthly basis, and that money is going back to the artists. But in 2005, it was a period where their first reaction was to place a lawsuit against YouTube to try to shut it down. And the only way that YouTube was going to survive was really to be able to figure things out with a much larger partner, and we ended up choosing Google, which I think has been, Google has done a tremendous job with YouTube. I think that even if you were to look back today, Google has always prioritized the user experience before making money, monetization. So for 2 years after the acquisition, Google wasn't making money with YouTube. For 2 years, they were still losing money with YouTube, but they really wanted to make sure that whatever they actually created was something that didn't make the experience awful for the end user. One of the biggest lawsuits that came out was a $1 billion lawsuit from Viacom that came with, and Google was able to help fix that. So, I think that in 2005, the music labels, companies like Viacom, there's a lot of Japanese anime content. There was content that was coming in from Korea. All of this people were uploading onto YouTube, but they didn't know that they didn't have the rights to share this content, even if they buy the CDs, even if they buy the DVDs. So I think that in that case, YouTube needed the help from Google to be able to survive. And I think this is one example. I think was there was the second video that received over 1 million views on YouTube was a Saturday Night Live, which is a comedy show that shows every Saturday night in the U.S. and it was called Lazy Sunday. It attracted 1 million views on YouTube, but it was owned by NBC. And as soon as they saw that a user uploaded that, it received 1 million views, they filed a lawsuit. Eventually, the resolution was that YouTube and NBC agreed to work together to promote the new season of Saturday Night Live, and then it actually helped NBC to monetize their content, to make money off of their content on YouTube. But before NBC entered the digital age, which YouTube helped them do, it was still something that was new to them. But we used that example for patterns for how we conducted agreements and partnerships down the road. And I think this is, the second case for a successful monetization example. I want to show you a video to be able to see this. So this is Justin Bieber when he was 12 years old. And he was uploading videos onto YouTube, singing covers of songs by different artists. I think people here know who Justin Bieber is today, but his first video, he got famous by uploading videos like this on YouTube. Eventually, someone found him on YouTube and contacted him to try to sign him in as an artist. He wasn't bad when he was 12. Great, well that was when he was 12 years old, and he uploaded it onto YouTube just for himself, and then he was discovered on YouTube, he was contacted, and his entire career started from this video that he uploaded onto YouTube. And here's a more recent video of Justin Bieber. Advertisers will pay you for being able to do this. And all of a sudden, you can bypass the middle person that you needed to go through before YouTube came out. And this is the success of YouTube now, is that if you have something and if you are sharing this interest with other people, you can upload it to YouTube and then immediately get the thousands of views and then immediately be able to generate revenue from this. And I think YouTube has gone well beyond music. I think YouTube just helps you monetize any type of content that you want. And you know, I think most kids nowadays, I hear when the teachers ask the 4th, 5th, 6th graders what do they want to be when they grow up, usually 90% of the kids say they want to be a YouTuber when they grow up. So, I mean, I think it goes to show that if you're interested in something, YouTube allows you to be able to monetize that interest. And then finally, I think that one of the things that YouTube has done was the ability to be able to internationalize. The first video ever to actually hit 1 billion views was a video that was created from not the US, but actually Korea. And it was called, I don't know if people here have seen this video, called Gangnam Style. It was uploaded by a Korean artist. I shouldn't show that video here, but you can search for Gangnam Style and you can watch it on your own. But what I want to do is show you another video, and this video is by a Korean pop band. This is BTS.
Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea and I'll get my ping pong. This is dead heavy, can't hear the bass, boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beach chain like money.
So, you know, without showing you the video, what I want to describe is, without showing you the entire video, is that BTS is now the most popular content creator on all of YouTube. But what's especially interesting was the the viewers from BTS, then in ranking order for a Korean band, the #1 place that watches BTS is Japan. #2 is India. #3 is Mexico. #4 is US. It keeps going. Indonesia, Brazil, the Philippines. Only after that is South Korea. And this isn't just the case with BTS, but BTS and Blackpink, another Korean K-pop band, Wonder Girls, Rain, JYP. These bands goes to show that you can use YouTube as a global platform for people to be able to watch your content anywhere in the world. And I think till this day, I think it's what draws people to YouTube is that as a person that's watching content, you can be anywhere in the world watching content from anywhere that's created elsewhere around the world. And in closing, I want to just talk about, I think, both the future of me as well as the future of YouTube. YouTube now, as I said, has over 2 billion creators. It started to see more competition from services like TikTok, which are doing things that are short form videos, very short, and YouTube released in the last few years YouTube Shorts. It's incorporating a lot of AI to help create content. I think that there are going to be new ways to continue to monetize content. And with Google's commitment, it's always ready to pour resources in. As for myself, after the acquisition, I stayed on at YouTube until 2011. And then I went over to Google Ventures to help the startup community there. And now, as of 2019, I've been based out of Asia. I've been living in Taiwan. And one of the interesting things that I've been doing has been trying to see if there's a way to copy Silicon Valley outside of Silicon Valley, which is also the reason that brings me here, is what is so special about Silicon Valley that it's creating all these companies, and is this possible to create these companies from outside of Silicon Valley? And so I'm starting something in Taiwan, which is with other people that's from Silicon Valley, that's trying to create our own startup completely away from Silicon Valley and seeing if we can do it, and getting that 0 to 1 outside of the valley. And I think that it's very possible, just like I think it's very possible here in Saudi Arabia to be able to create services and companies for the global community. And I'd love to find ways to be able to collaborate and partner with each other. So thank you very much for listening to this, and please keep watching YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We're going to resume our program after a few moments.
Your seats. We're continuing with our program momentarily. السيدات
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to a keynote speech about what opportunities lay ahead, delivered by Mr. Walid Fazza, the Partner and Chief Operating Officer at MSA Capital.
Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Peace be upon you all.
Partner and Chief Operating Officer of MSA Capital. I've been in the venture capital industry for 14 years. I started off as a partner with Mina Venture Investments and then with Wamda Capital. And 4 years ago, I joined MSA Capital. And what I'd like to share with you today is what I've learned about the venture capital space and what's coming up, and how interesting it is that things are changing now like they've never changed before, and we're in a very exciting time in the time of the kingdom, in the time of entrepreneurship, and in the time of venture capital. And from the time that I've been investing, and I'm fortunate enough to see thousands of companies, we're noticing a shift. It was very lucky that Steve Chen from YouTube was just talking, and if you watched his talk, he was talking about what was happening in 2005. 2005, two entrepreneurs got together. They thought of YouTube. 18 months later, they got bought out by Google for $1.65 billion. That's what happens if you're in the West. But if you're in our part of the world, or if you're in emerging markets or in Saudi Arabia, and you create a YouTube today in Saudi, who's going to buy you? Where is the market for me to exit after 18 months? Our ecosystem is different. In 2023 is very different from where it was in 2005. My dream is that we create 10 times better than what YouTube created for our region and for the globe. And in order to get there, I want to share with you some of the experiences that we have had, or in my journey, in terms of where the innovation comes from. What kind of innovation? What has changed from the past? What's happening today? And where we're going in the future. So if you notice on my slide, it says the globalization of Chinese technology models. So MSA Capital has $2 billion of assets under management, 4 funds in China, and now is investing in Saudi Arabia and in emerging markets. And what's interesting between the West, Saudi Arabia in the Middle East, and the Far East, and what can we learn with what's happening? So I hope that this talk is interesting for you. I want to first define what a digital native is. In our time, we had the telephone, we had the TV, maybe we had fax machines, then we had PCs, and then we had mobile phones, and things evolved in a certain way. Today, my son and the new generation are mobile-first, digital, from the day they are born, which means we have to start thinking about building technologies different from where they were. Just because the West was able to build technologies based on their evolution, today in Saudi Arabia and in emerging markets, we have a chance to run much faster and build technologies that can blow our mind, because these kids, these users, the new generation is coming up with mobile-first technology, and that's what we're seeing in China, and that's why I'm going to build a little bit of a representation between what happens in the East and how we can learn from it in the Middle East. So we have a thesis. The thesis is that Chinese-backed models are the ones that are going to win in emerging markets. So emerging markets, we define it as the Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America, and we are investing in all of those different geographies. So let's take a step back. Let's use a simple example. WhatsApp is a messaging app. It messages. It gets bought out by Facebook, which is Meta. YouTube is a content creation video platform that gets bought out by Google. In the China side, you have WeChat. It does messaging, but you can also order groceries, you can also book a massage, you can also pay, you can do all sorts of things that WhatsApp does not do. In China, you have TikTok. Today, my son learns more from TikTok videos than any other platform, because his attention span is different. The way that he understands things is different. They want things right now. Bite size, exactly when they want it. They don't have the patience to sit and wait and evolve the way that maybe other generations evolved. So digital native users are what we're looking for in emerging markets. The new population that's coming out is going to consume technology in much different ways than what we've seen in the past. And in a short period of time, when I used to think of China in my childhood, it meant that China was cheap products, something you can buy, it'll break after a short period of time, it's not German-made, it's not US-made, it had a bad rep. But in a very short period of time, China has come and almost beat all of the technologies, not only in emerging markets, but even in the US and even in Western markets. And we see this across all industries, from commerce, live streaming commerce. You have a lady that has all of her friends, and she can sell anything that she wants from the comfort of her own home through live streaming commerce and make a living for herself and her family. These are the kind of models that are working today to empower females and people that we don't see in the West. And the fact that we had SARS and COVID and China had to live through that, we feel as a thesis that we can see 5 to 6 years ahead into the future with what models work based on this Chinese model that we think is going to work better for our region and better for emerging markets. So over the past 14 years, when I see thousands of entrepreneurs, I've invested in many companies, a lot of them are copycats. What's happening in Silicon Valley, even Steve was saying he wants to take a blueprint of Silicon Valley and create it someplace else. What I'm saying is, why use that blueprint? There's so much more that we can do. These copycats will not survive in today's market. We need to innovate more, and we need to think about why they work more than anything else. So in China, it works with payments, mobility, and elsewhere. I'm not talking about the future, and I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. Now, you can see that in most emerging markets, the #1 or the top 5 are Chinese companies that are being downloaded by the App Store and people are using. So it's not something that's going to happen in the future. I'm talking about things about where we are today. So Chinese companies are beating Western companies in their own markets. Look at TikTok. Look at what's happening there. When Facebook tried to do something, they had to shut it down. Same thing with Amazon and Shein. And we are situated in the Middle East. We have the power to choose and to use models that work for us, for our culture, innovate on it, and explore it to the world. So these are some of the companies that are already operating in the MENA region. Many of you might be familiar with it. We have in logistics, in gaming, and in commerce. So they revamped the way that technology is being used for everybody in the world. Today, when we invest in companies in Latin America, they don't say, I want to be the Facebook, or I want to be the Uber. They say, I want to be the Pinduoduo, which is a Chinese company for social commerce in Brazil. People in Africa say, I want to be the Meituan, the super app of Nigeria. And they're quoting Chinese models. They're not quoting Western models. How do they do this? What's so special about what I'm talking about? How are you able to do this? If we break it down, Chinese models use something called bits and atoms. They take you from someplace, very cheap, very small, thinking about it in small little bits, and they grow you to higher margins, and they put you someplace else. It's not the Western model. The Western model basically says, تفضلوا, this is it. You have to fit بهذا القالب. This is the structure. This is how you do it. Chinese models and these emerging markets models, they meet, the technology meets you where you are, where the users are today. If you're in Nigeria and you cannot buy a pack of cigarettes, you have to buy only 5 cigarettes because you don't have enough change, or you need data and you can't buy the unlimited plan, you have to be able to onboard them into your technology in bits and pieces. So when we think about building for Saudi Arabia, when we think about building for emerging markets, this is the kind of mindset that is shifting from what Western models look like. So I went to China, and because I come from an Arab background, I had lunch with my partner, and I went, Abe, I have to go and pay for lunch. So I went out and I took out my credit card and I wanted to pay the lady that because we had lunch at the restaurant. She looked at me like I was an alien. Her credit card machine has not been used for the past year. They're all into mobile payments over there, and I didn't understand that they have evolved in terms of their payments way further from where we were. طبعاً, COVID has helped. A lot of people are going cashless today. Today, mobile payments are something that we accept. But back 3 years ago, it was unheard of. There wasn't trust in the system. Today, China is ahead in payments, and emerging markets, including Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, are leapfrogging. We're not going to go from cash to checks to plastic to mobile payments and then to biometrics. Emerging markets are going to go straight to where they need to go. This is an incredible opportunity of innovation that we can harness. Chinese fashion and e-commerce platforms are built differently. So you cannot take something that has been built, warehouses, stockat, and then try to change it. China has been building it from the ground up in pieces. You want one piece of this, you can do it. In the past, it was you have to buy bulk in order to get things to where you need to go. So this is the kind of innovation that we're talking about, and why we think that the next billion, the users around the world in emerging markets, are copying and using the Chinese model of bits and pieces to build the infrastructure and architecture of their businesses moving forward. If you look at why they are winning, because there's no hardware, they put you in an ecosystem. Recently, I bought cameras for my house, and it's from a Chinese company. The camera didn't cost me much. Back in the day, I used to worry that the cameras is going to cost me much. Today, they almost give you the camera for free. But then they give you a whole suite of services that you can opt into. Wow, I can get this on cloud. I can record it. I can share it. And all of this is pay, pay, pay. But the camera is free. So what do we learn from this? We learn that high frequency, low margin is how you get the user in. You're hungry, you want to order food, you're in. You need to use an Uber or Careem, you're in. You need to deliver something. This is very high frequency, very low margins. But once you're in the ecosystem, then we can start selling you products that is going to make more margins, and you're stuck in it. And this is how you build in emerging markets. You cannot come and say one size fits all, a big unlimited package for you, for people in emerging markets. No. You have to tease them bit by bit, and that's how your margins grow. Today, you can take something as simple as a ride-hailing and then take them into purchasing their first e-commerce, then giving them e-commerce, the fintech payments and loans, and then buying big purchase items like tour packages and airline tickets. Imagine a worker in emerging markets buying airline tickets online. How are you going to get them there? Through this bits and pieces, walking them through high frequency, low margin to low frequency, high margin products. Ant Financial today is one of the most sought after benchmarks for financial platforms. And they build everything. This happens through collaboration. It's not, wallahi, nihna anna Apple, and that's it, and you can't use anything else, and we will not, integrate with this system, and we will not work with this system. Today, it's about integrating with as many systems as you possibly can, so that you can keep that critical mass on your platform, and they build it. And this is how they do it, financially, in financial markets. So we've seen this model scale successfully to Southeast Asian markets. Singapore, Gojek, Grab, it's worked well. In the region, we have Careem. Careem started out as a copycat. And Careem was able to innovate because they understood that at the time we were a cash payment kind of ecosystem. And then Uber was able to do cash. But today, we do not have a super app in the region. And Kareem, today when you open the app, you have a bunch of different services. They're struggling to make it work. What does this mean for the entrepreneurs today? What does this mean for the investment industry today in the region? It means we have an incredible opportunity to build something that is unique from this region to the world, thinking in a different model from what we are used to from a Western side or from a Silicon Valley side, but choosing consciously to look eastwards and what's happening in China, in Far East Asia, and how it works for us in this part of the world. A lot of the companies that exited over the past decade or so, Suit to Amazon, Uber to Careem, Yemeksepeti to Delivery Hero, this was happening every 7 to 10 years. It's not going to work. That doesn't build an ecosystem. We need things that are much, much faster, and we need to build innovation into what we are doing. We're in a very strategic time and place in Saudi Arabia between China and the West. And the lessons that we are learning from China and from the East will adapt to us more than the ones that we have seen in the past in the West. And that's why MSA is investing in these kind of models, mobile first, fintech, gaming, things that my son today, when he takes the mobile and he wants to chat with his friend while he's gaming, and he wants to buy points, and he wants to do this all in one environment, which is not available in what's happening in the West. The opportunity that we have in Saudi Arabia and in emerging markets is going to be based on thinking this way, rather than the old school of 2005 YouTube that gets bought out by Google. I'm sorry, I have to use the YouTube analogy because it was right here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you learned something today. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. After a few seconds, we will have the next entertainment episode.
So we're about to start our entertainment segment. السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a panel discussion about Nadi Al Hilal Investment Company with Entrepreneurial Vision, to be moderated by Turkish Tayyid, and he'll be speaking the CEO of Nadi Al Hilal Investment Company, Mr. Sultan Al-Shehri, and the Executive Officer for Entrepreneurship, MyBR, Bassam Al-Kharashi.
مساكم الله بالخير.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, Sultan. Hello again and welcome. Good evening, everyone, and happy day to all. I would like to seize this opportunity, 11th of March, which is the flag day of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as dictated by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, which is a coronation of the flag day and coronation of our iconic and symbolic flag, being the symbol of unification of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. May Allah protect them, may Allah protect the leaders, the kingdom, the security, safety, prosperity, and the people, the great people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today we'll be speaking about entrepreneurship for Al Hilal, and Hilal is a leading example for different teams, for the different Arab countries, the region, the GCC, the Middle East, and also the world, with different pieces of evidence, examples that are telling, and what Al Hilal has been achieving in terms of the investment, regardless of the championships, in terms of successes, achievements, the great leadership by Turkey Al-Sheikh, Al-Sultan Al-Sheikh. Al Hilal is such a great icon that we all feel proud, and this model is very is very great, and also the innovation center by Bassam Al-Kharashi. Would like to welcome the CEO of Al Hilal Investment Company, Mr. Sultan Al-Sheikh. Welcome, Sultan. Welcome. And also the CEO of Innovation Center and Entrepreneurship, Bassam Al-Kharashi. Welcome again. Let me start with you, Mr. Sultan, and speaking of, before we talked about that entrepreneurship today at the level of the individual level, and this is very common, but when we speak about institutionalized or institutional entrepreneurship, based on which, of course, Al Hilal Investment Company has come into play, becoming an investment giga project or bigger company. First of all, peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad. First of all, big thanks go to the organizers of Manshaat for this great forum and conference. We hope our contribution will be such an added value to the forum. As you've already explained, thankfully, the idea is always there that entrepreneurship should not always be linked to individual entrepreneurs or people finding like solutions for different problems or challenges. It is the development of a project or a business model based on, of course, the company nature opportunity. Today, entrepreneurship is an institutional entrepreneurship. Based on this, of course, Al Hilal Club, 4 years back in 2019, the board of directors thought that we had a problem. We wanted to solve it in terms of the investment and marketing and operation of Al Hilal Club. So we came up with an innovative idea that is leading entrepreneurial idea through Al Hilal Investment Company that started that time to solve so many problem challenges relating to the marketing, investment, operation and sides, and also all relating to the branding of Al Hilal. We created the company. At the beginning it was difficult. The difficulty lied in the fact that it was a new business model, trying to ensure that the requirements are met. I mean, the government requirements are met, because it is the first model based on the football club or clubs, because this is all entrepreneurial. We created our investment company. We expanded. At the beginning we started with 3 employees. The number of employees expanded more, up to 15 employees. Again and again we established other companies. We believe that specializing in this would not be sufficient, of course, in one side, either fully owned by Al Hilal or strategic partnerships with different operating companies, such as, for example, Al Academy of Al Hilal, a club and real estate company, and we established and founded the Blue Store application. So we are full believers of this great value of Al Hilal Club through the enhancement of the relationship of returns and investment. We hope to be an example to follow so that other clubs follow us. Al Hilal Real Estate Company, we are still waiting for the funds for investors. All people would like to contribute and would like to participate. We started, of course, our own company. We, of course, launched a number of funds. And I would like also to explain that Al Hilal Al Aqariyya is not a real estate company. For any investment opportunities by Al Hilal will be will be used and will be used, of course, and also for great attractive opportunities for anyone. Are you going to announce this just so that people can understand, because people would like to know more about this? Yes, every investment opportunity, you are speaking about real estate opportunities, but it will be announced and also on the platforms in Al Hilal and non-Al Hilal clubs. Mr. Bassam, in Innovation Center and Entrepreneurship Center, based on what it is that you choose the projects? First of all, peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad. Second, I would like also to express my appreciation and gratitude for the organizers of this great forum and this great invitation and hospitality. First of all, we are fully proud in our own partnership with Al Hilal Club and Al Hilal Investment Company to look for entrepreneurial opportunities to invest in such opportunities. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the relationship between Al Hilal Investment Company per se and the way investment or the investment method is per se is a way or a methodology of investment. It is an entrepreneurial investment approach today. In the Innovation Entrepreneurship Center, we always look for different components for any kind of entrepreneurial project. First of all, the market that is being targeted by the project itself today, this market, the size of the market, whether in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or elsewhere, on the growth elsewhere, abroad, I mean, there are so many opportunities. So the size of the market represents something very important, because we always look for companies that have opportunities to be accelerating when it comes to growth. What does it mean? It simply means that they start, and once the components are built and developed, the technologies are built, and the components that are key are built and are really fully financed to accelerate and grow, and the market value increase and grow. This is one thing. The other thing is, which is the quality of the sectors that we can invest in, or that can be covered by the idea, the entrepreneurial idea. Different sectors such as like construction, retail, or the talent market, or healthcare, education, and others. One more thing which is very important in entrepreneurial projects, because most of which are opportunities built on ideas and on assumptions and theses, of course, and they are more likely to succeed, sorry, but again, they are at high risk. One of the most important is to choose the most appropriate entrepreneur that we believe he or she will be able to lead most appropriately, because today, as entrepreneurial ideas, there are so many. We receive a lot of such entrepreneurial ideas. Sometimes the person himself or herself can be at the beginning of their own job and may not be mature enough to start his or her ideas. And there are other ideas that are supported by excellent people, such as the people in front of us, and we start such ideas and we develop such ideas and we can make such ideas into reality. These are the key components. Even such ideas are taken, there are three gates
that they get into, and then after that the idea can be further developed, and we review such ideas, and we also review the business model, and if we see that this idea can be mature enough to start, and we can go ahead, of course, unless otherwise, of course, we start in the market stage. If it needs like further to be further developed, we can update it, we can like change it and modify it. So there are different stages, not just at the beginning, but also when it comes to the development of the idea. So we go through different stages to have an excellent output. Al Hilal, and you see how it has been growing increasingly as an incubator. Al Hilal, of course, really deserves to be based on such a strong platform, strong bedrock. Sultan, let me ask you, since you are here, such a great value at the individual level and also at the Hilal level as well in terms of investment, I would like to also ask you, how is it being looked at? I mean, how do you look into entrepreneurs, how they get into, talk us about sports entrepreneurship. You see, the vision of the Kingdom of Saudi takes us to different sports. By and large, if we think of this, any business activity is not social responsibility. Even sometimes it needs to be incubated by certain entities, whether support entities or government entities for certain businesses, so that they can go ahead and can be further developed. But any commercial ideas need to be developed and presented in such a most appropriate way to solve any challenge for the local market, or any for any company. It is not out of compliment for one person, but because he or she is the owner of such an idea, because he or she believes that this model is successful. The idea should be developed, should be presented in most appropriate way for the investor or the supporter, or even for the stakeholders. Today, thankfully, of course, such kind of forums and conferences were not made available, but now the legislative entities, the investment entities are all working under one umbrella and continuously and constantly working in their own coordination, cooperation. In Al Hilal Club, for instance, we do welcome, and our gates are widely open for entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial ideas. We did invest, and we do always invest there indirectly, but through our own partnership with IB. But again, the owner of ideas to be presented for any investment entities in Al Hilal or others, of course, should be presented more appropriately, so that it can solve a challenge or a need, because they need by and large today, thankfully, of course, when we speak about sports, we speak about it an industry. It's not a kind of a talent or a habit across all games and activities in terms of sports. Today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, led by great vision, all the activities presented in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across all sectors, industries, whether sports or others, entertainment, are all considered great and ample opportunity for any investors or entrepreneurs to better invest, to find solutions with an existing and non-existing challenge or problem, so that it can be in the market, or to innovate something that is there across the world, but it can be provided here to be most appropriate for the local market. Bassam Al-Kharashi, you conducted different experiments for different international clubs at the level of the entrepreneurship. What about Al Hilal at the local, Arab and international levels? When we speak about investment in entrepreneurship and innovation, the international experiences are limited, actually, in terms of based on the research that we conducted. I'll cite some examples. Barcelona Football Club is one of the clubs heading for, and they launched investment program known as Venture Investment Program in this in entrepreneurship. Munich also club also launched known as Digital Lab, focusing on innovations relating to sports and digital media and the like. Equally important, Liverpool Club has recently launched a program and invested in this field, whether in innovation in leadership programs or sports, relating to the development of sports and also education and training in sport through technical projects in this field. So when we look into the experience of Al Hilal Club today, based on this sector, of course, we do believe that it is such, or it is the first experience of its kind across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or even across the region. Through our research, it might be there, but we haven't seen it, we haven't come across it, but we do believe this is an entrepreneurial experience that everyone can benefit from across the different football clubs. The main and the bedrock and the key point that we see for us is we see the future, in the near future, when we speak about privatization for clubs, the market values today for clubs, particularly Al Hilal Club, through investment, such investment and achievements, and also investments in the emerging companies, the market value will be increased higher and higher. Today, this is what's going on. So this can be achieved once it is privatized. We're speaking about a higher value of the club, with much return, or with many returns, and also to develop sports as a sector, as an industry, and also for the Al Hilal Club. So we're looking forward to seeing other experiences of other clubs in this field, which we hope, of course, to follow suit. I mean, to follow the model of Al Hilal Club. Hopefully, we hope so as well. Mr. Sultan as well, I would like to ask you, how much benefit is it there for investments at the level of the individual and at the level of the corporation or companies or entities, and for the short and long run and medium run for these arguments, and what about the future of Al Hilal in terms of investment? Thankfully, Al Hilal Club, I believe that it is the most popular across the Middle East and Asia. It has such a great brand. We have achieved much and more, and so many, of course, achievements we have been. Al Hilal Club has been at the highest level of coordination at the local and regional and the international level. We are still constantly going ahead more and more to be at higher level of platforms. Our own commercial brand is so high. Last year, of course, we launched the commercial branding, or to be like, to have higher levels of visibility. We have the ability to do so. Today, Al Hilal Club, the main goal of Al Hilal Investment Company, beyond the shadow of doubt, is to enhance returns, investment returns, also to get into areas that have not been exploited before, and also to widen and expand our investment opportunities. We're speaking about more than 25 games, more than 55 teams, thousands of players are registered. We're speaking about hundreds of coaches, trainers, technical, medical team members. We're speaking about Al Hilal. Al Hilal is a highly competitive football team, which means that high balances, high budgets are required, which also require, of course, higher levels of returns. That is why we need to increase our returns today. There are short runs, long runs, and medium runs, such as, for example, what we're doing, such as like sponsorship agreements and contracts. But how to maximize them, how to expand them for the long run, of course. But again, we are now planting our own land so that we can come to fruition to have and to reap our crops. So it is risky, yes, but it is, or higher risky, but again, for us, it is, we have to diversify our own investments. We believe that Al Hilal deserves the position it has reached, and also in terms of the commercial investments and investment activities, we have to invest in its own brands as much as possible. We have launched so many initiatives, and Al Hilal Club is going as fast as possible based on the requirements, based on the targets, objectives put by the board of directors. Bassam, for the first year with your own partnership with Al Hilal Club, how do you evaluate it with the challenges that you have faced, and also what piece of advice you provide to the audience, to the incubators, to the appetite of the people getting engaged in such kind of speaking about investment in the sports industry? Today, the experience has been there for 1 year, and we believe we have learned a lot from this year, and we are developing our experience, and we believe that we are adding more and more. As Mr. Sultan has already said and explained, that beyond the shadow of doubt, these experiences would add more and more, and we have a high level of learning from such experiences, though highly risk, but we do explore and discover more, and we need to develop, and we need to also control such challenges. The experience has developed a lot, and we are looking forward also into such kind of partnership to be investment for Al Hilal Club and Al Hilal Investment Company directly, of course, and we hope as well that we feel very proud of this as a partnership. Companies that have come into play and will come into reality, different such as the AI companies. All these companies develop solutions, even though they are heading towards the market, but also will attract more innovation for the club and more additions and values, of course. Today, whether other incubators or accelerators, in fact, partnerships are very important. Working in silos would not add anymore, would not be appropriate in our time. We need to build partnerships with others. You need also to get engaged based on your own enhanced partnerships, and you need to benefit from the partnerships as much as possible. And this is what we noticed, of course, as a center. We are building such partnerships and models such as like Al Hilal Investment Club to be followed as a model, of course, whether incubators or accelerators. The other thing is to entrepreneurs today, who of course entered into this market. If you work in silos, you can try, but again, if there are experiences that have gone and they've grown mature and partnership that you can draw on, you have to once you enter into the market and one of the partners you engage with, such as Al Hilal Investment Company or IB, of course, this will enhance your value, to your experience, to expertise to make the project successful. So this is, in a nutshell, the most important pieces of advice that I hope will look into. The doors are wide open for any entrepreneurs to be innovative, to be creative, to benefit from such partnerships. The IB is there, open. You need just to apply for your ideas or submit your ideas so that such ideas can be. Do you adopt their ideas? Yes, of course we do. We start from ideas. If you have any ideas, as I said at the beginning, the ideas should target, of course, a market to grow, and also should go through the stages by the committee. Of course, the website is open for submission. What is the mechanism after the idea is submitted? How do you communicate with the owner of the ideas? There is an agreement. There are agreements, of course, clear-cut agreements, based on which, of course, we come to agree with the owners of the ideas and us, and how such ideas can be further developed. And after that, once the project is developed and once it starts into the market stage, and then it becomes like a company, then it would be launched in the market, and based on the governance to be yet developed, based on the technical development, of course. This is an invitation for all the people wishing and having such a great appetite to invest in sport and non-sport sector or industries. So, this is a question, so that they can engage in their ideas, sorry. Sultan, I have 1 minute and a half. It will be between you and Mr. Bassam. What is your final word? First of all, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to SMEs for making this opportunity for us. We hope that we have provided a productive story. Thanks for the attendees, and we hope such forums and conferences will come into play again every year. We are making much difference, of course, for investments and for entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurship. Tomorrow we will have different agreements yet to be signed. Of course, we will announce them. We hope that in the upcoming years we will look forward into seeing this more and more, so that the entrepreneurship sector will be more prosperous, stronger, and we hope that to be one of the billion companies based on the agreements yet to be signed. You will announce these, in detail. Yeah, of course we will. Mr. Bassam, please. Again, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to SMEs for the great invitation they sent us, and also the facilitation they provided us, whether in this meeting or others, and in the exhibition, and the support. We are accommodated with the unlimited support, through which, of course, we always showcase our own abilities and capabilities, and again we're always we are repeating now the invitation of Mr. Sultan to the attendees to bring their own ideas along, and we hope that they will have their own opportunities with their own projects with Al Hilal. All the best then, all the best, Mr. Bassam, Mr. Sultan, thank you so much. Of course, with due honor to your own titles. Thank you so much, attendees. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Big thanks go to the SMEs and for the organizer of Biban 2023. Your achievements are so great, resounding, and I am very much honored today and last year, of course, to be part of Biban. Thanks for the great invitation. We hope that we've been useful to you. Thank you so much.
خبر هام
10.5 billion reals allocated for the SMEs for the bank projects for the next 3 years.
For 3 years. السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated at your seats. We are going to resume our program after a while.
In few moments from now. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is His Excellency Dr. Stefan Garelli, founder of the World Competitiveness Center and Professor Emeritus at IMD Business School.
Well, I suppose I can start. Excellencies, dear friend, it's always a privilege for me to be back in the kingdom and to witness the extraordinary energy and dedication to make the country more competitive. I'm going to tell you what's happening on the world scene and how much it will have an impact on small and medium-sized enterprises in the kingdom. I have 20 minutes to take you around the world, so fasten your seatbelt, and here we go. The first thing is that success is relatively easy. It is first the management of efficiency, and the other hand, the management of change, with 3 levels of interference. Number 1, we shall have a world of opportunity with the global economy, with technology, as you have seen it in the innovation door, and finally, with a changing mindset. I think it's important to find out now if we still risk a recession in the world economy, and the answer for the kingdom is very simple: no. With 8.7% growth, I think that you have no problem in this respect. And if we compare to the rest of the world, there is no doubt that we are a little bit concerned about a slowdown about the world economy. 1.9% for Europe, going down a little bit on the GDP. 1% for the US, more or less stable, but the real question mark is going to be China, 2.9%. And here sometimes we have some question about the direction of the Chinese economy, but the kingdom is doing extremely well by any international standard. The numbers do not give you the total story, because as John Kenneth Galbraith said one day, the only function of economic forecasting is to make astrology respectable. So I'm going to try not to be too respectable, and we are going to concentrate on ideas. And we have a lot of uncertainties coming up to us. The first one is inflation. And for the first time, it will be my 5th recession, despite my young age. And for the first time, we are seeing the central banks who are playing the game of raising the interest rates, taking the risk of having a recession, because they believe it's going to be the best way to lower the price of commodities, and in doing so to reduce inflation. So maybe we have also the central banks playing a very different roles today. The other big question mark is going to be China. As you know, the policy in China has changed, and by opening the economy now, people are expecting about 8% in the growth of the Chinese consumption during the next few months, and of course a boost in companies' profit. On the other hand, I think it may trigger an increase in commodity prices because China is a big consumer of commodities, and of course inflationary pressure. The question mark is of course going to be, when will that happen, at what speed? You know that the forecast that China has given to itself is 5% growth now in the next years. The threat of inflation is there is no doubt, and if I would have to define inflation, I would say inflation is paying 130 real for an haircut, which used to cost 90 when you had hair. So somehow it's more with less, and we are going to see what will be the impact. But if you are looking at inflation on the radar screen, this is where we are today. The kingdom is very well, around 3%, but if you are looking at the other countries of the world, it's quite impressive to see how different the situation has become. A country like Germany having the same level of inflation and higher than India would have been something unthinkable a few years ago. So the world is upside down also in inflation. If we are looking further and we look at inflation itself, it's an acceleration process. It means that inflation is going up like a plane which is taking off with vertical speed at a certain time. The plane is stopping increasing its speed, but it is stabilizing at a very high altitude, which means that you can have no inflation or very little inflation, but the costs are going to remain very high. We are going to be in an economy of high cost. And then inflation is feeding itself with other processes. It has started in many countries because of the price of commodities and energies. Then what we are seeing now in US, in Europe, and elsewhere is that wage negotiations are coming in, and now they are fueling inflation today. If you are looking at the number for the US and for Europe, we are all above 6%. And then, of course, companies are also anticipating inflation, and they are putting in their budget plus 10%, just in case something would happen. And later, they may go into reduction of cost. So all these processes will tell us that most probably companies will have to deal with pricing in an inflationary environment. How are they going to do it? Well, some are going to increase prices. This is what we are seeing with the large airline companies. Other companies are going to reduce the content but keep the same prices. This is a company like Hershey, which is doing that with something called the 5-cent chocolate bar, very well known. The price has never changed, but the content was reduced, less nuts, less chocolate along the time. Then you can reduce the packaging. I mean, many companies are reducing the packaging enormously. For example, if you buy a yogurt today, the aluminum foil is very thin. When you open it, it explodes in your face. And then you can have also an increase of content and an increase of price. Coca-Cola would do that, give you a large bottle and saying you have more, but actually you have an increase of price which is higher than the increase in content. So every company has a little trick to face inflation. How long will it last? Very well described by Carlo Topolo. He used to be the chairman of the German central bank, and he said the following: inflation is like toothpaste. When it is out, you can hardly put it back again. So clearly, it takes time, and we will have it with us. So the world economy, we can have another look. The other look is to look at other indicators, like I'm looking at the price of copper. Copper went down and it's going up again. It's a good indicator of what's happening in the world economy. If you are looking at aluminum, if you are looking at iron, at tin, it's always going a little bit up. This is not too bad. Gold is a sign of anxiety. And as you have seen here, gold is going up again very much. If we are looking now at the price of natural gas, it was very high during the summertime because of what happened in Europe and a mild winter. We have been diminishing the price by 80%. And in many countries, the storage facilities are still 65% full. So for the moment, the price of natural gas should remain relatively low. At sea now, as you know, there was a big problem about shipping around the line, and this is where we are now. We were all the way up to $22,000 for shipping of 40-feet containers from China to the US and Europe. Now we are down at 1,500. So the price is going down enormously, and this is a good thing for the world economy. The question is, are you worried about it? And the answer was given with this little cartoon. Relax, my broker says the economy will bounce back. Answer, but I am your broker. So we are going to go one step further in the background. What's happening with the world economy? The first thing is that we are out of the golden age of globalization, 1978, 2018, a world which was open, a world which was cost efficient, a world which was fast. This is a world of just in time. And the problem when the world is open is that it triggers a lot of specialization. Take the example of TSMC on semiconductors, 56% of the world market. People say this is too much. And then there is a concept of vulnerability coming in. And when you are in an age of vulnerability, you have more tension, more uncertainties. And in this age of vulnerabilities, what people try to do, what countries have as a strategy, is a decoupling of economies, number one, is a dedoubling of technology. Everybody wants to have its own semiconductors companies, do the same thing in the kingdom, and diversity of supplies. We are in a world of just in case something may happen. And this was very well summarized by Benjamin Franklin, who said one day the following: even a small hole can sink a big ship. And this level of vulnerability can be seen everywhere. If you are looking at batteries here, 85% of the batteries of the world are coming from China, and we all want to have electrical cars, so we need also to build a battery industry, and you are doing it here. The same is happening with cobalt, which we use in phone, in computers, in everything, and where the main producer of cobalt in the world is the Democratic Republic of Congo, accounting for about 90% of world production now. So the level of dependence is still there despite whatever we do. And maybe we are working now into a fractured world. A fractured world is a world where actually we have different rules of the game and different platforms. We have an economy which is rather cost inefficient, where political considerations are going to be important. It may be the end of multilateralism, and this is a problem because the multilateralism system is protecting the smaller industry and the smaller countries. We are going into a world of parallel universes. When globalization happened, US, Europe, they had the same companies, the same payment system, SWIFT, the same financial consideration, and when Southeast Asia went into globalization, they did exactly the same. But when suddenly we had China, Russia, India becoming global power, it was assuming that they would use the same platform. But now today there is a real question mark. They are still going to be global, but maybe with different operating systems, different payment systems, different credit cards. And we will have to deal with that, and maybe the kingdom is going to be a very good country to make the interface along these different systems. The new paradigm is the following. We had higher tariffs before. Now the real issue is going to be market access. How can companies still access different markets of the world freely? We had a debate on job protection all the time, and this led to protectionism. Today the debate is going to be about security. It's a political debate because every country has a different conception of its security. It's something which is calling perhaps for the end of multilateralism, the end of large organizations like the World Trade Organization, and maybe we will have to review the way we operate. So to summarize here what's happening, we are in a new business model where basically business efficiency is being replaced by business reliability. People are going to say, I'm agreed to pay more provided you are reliable. to what I want. So it means consistency of supplies, it means pricing strategy in a period of inflation, and it will mean also security of assets. If I deal with your country, with you, am I secure with my assets? These are going to become the priority of the world which comes, and at what cost will it come? And then the next question is technology. Small and medium-sized enterprise. And technology is all over here in Biban. And the question is that a lot of these large technology companies are disruptive. They are breaking the entry barriers everywhere. They are going horizontal, like a company like Amazon going into cloud computing, but also going into food, into health, everywhere. Apple is going into watches. It's becoming the largest producer of watches in the world, above the watch industry of my own country, Switzerland. If you take mining and batteries, Tesla is saying, I need cobalt. Why don't I buy a cobalt mining companies? And if you are looking at Alphabet, it's advertising. Every one of them is going in financial services, because this is a big battle of the future. And then, of course, the question for every SME is going to be the following. Who is going to become my competitor tomorrow? Who are the monsters under the bed? And the other question is where these competitors will come from. And most probably they will come from industry sectors and countries that you do not expect, beyond your scope of traditional. And then we have this kind of black hole economy today which is being built. At the center you have a lot of money and technology, and at the periphery we have a lot of innovations, mainly by small and medium-sized enterprise. But the problem in many countries is that this innovation is being absorbed at the center by the large companies, and those companies, maybe they cannot grow those small companies into larger companies anymore because they will be bought out before. And for a country like the Kingdom, it's very important to have a strong base of small and medium-sized enterprises. And the same thing as a black hole economy is happening with the money and technology you have in finance, where you have sovereign wealth fund on the side, you have pension fund, index funds, and everybody is investing again in the same large companies. And the key question now becomes, do we have the overcapitalization of the very large one? And can the smaller one have access to finance and capital? And this is going to be the challenge for the future. And then enters the Androids, which everybody has been talking about and which you have here at Biban. The impact on people is not only that the androids are going to replace humans. The impact is going to be working with an android, working with somebody next to you, with a robot, or somebody else when you say, you know, how was your holidays? Well, I don't know. Do you want to take a coffee with me? I don't know. It's going to be very difficult to work with an android. Amazon, 25% of the population working for Amazon today are robots. Elon Musk says in about 5 years from now, it will be the reversed. The vast majority are going to be robots and the rest will be humans. It's frightening. Then the next one is going to be, are humans, whoops. Oh, you have it. Are humans vulnerable? The difference with a robot is that they are fast reprogramming and they can have access to the world internet to reprogram ourselves. We are a bit more slow in terms of reprogramming ourselves. Our biological rhythm is not the same one as a robot. So obviously some people are taking the consequence of that, and you have here the ladies asking for that, and they said, well, actually, have you considered becoming a robot? Maybe this is the future, but indeed we will have robots as part of the population of a company. The big weaknesses of Android is number one, that they need an external source of energy. So one of the big challenges is to give all these robots an external source of energy. If you take the plug away, they just stop. The other big challenge is going that they do not consume their own product. For example, they do not have food, they do not need that, and therefore we are still needing to direct them into, let's say, pharmaceutical research. And finally, one of the big challenges of the future in technology is going to be the fact that, you know, our brain is an extraordinary machine. On the other hand, we have another extraordinary machine, which is a telephone, your smartphone. But the interaction between the two is still made by an old technology. It's going to be a keyboard, it's going to be a mouse, sometimes it's just your finger when you are typing. And when you think about it, a lot of innovation is going to take place in the middle. So the winning mindset, to conclude, is going to be the following. What you need to do in order to be successful is to have a very solid ground for the management of efficiency. Number two, a solid ground for the management of change, and a solid knowledge in the management of complexity. The world is complex. Simplifying the world for customers is the name of the game. On the top of that, you have a mindset of imagination. You need people who say why not, and not people who say why. Why not doing it? Number two, you need a mindset of energy. Why not doing it now? And in the kingdom, you have a pace of development which is extremely fast, doing now things, not waiting. Finally, a mindset of commitment. Why not me? Why not me being part of the success story? And legitimacy. Why should it be done with me? And I think that if you take all that together, it means that resilience is the name of the game. Epictetus said the following. It says, it's not what happens to you that matters. It is really how you react to it. Maybe we cannot try to find out what the future will be, but we can be very good and very fast at reacting to the change in the future. Be positive. Remain positive on whatever is going to happen. One day Mark Twain was invited to listen to an opera of Richard Wagner. When he went out of the opera house, people asked him, how is the music of Richard Wagner? And he gave the following answer, it's not as bad as it sounds. The world economy is not as bad as it sounds. It's full of opportunities. And actually, at the end, I would like to leave you with this thought of Saint-Exupéry, the French writer who wrote The Little Prince. And he said the following. He said, actually, our task is not to foresee the future, but it is to make it happen. And I think this is what you are doing in the kingdom. You make the future happen. So congratulations, and thank you very much. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the entertainment team. Hopefully, fully you're going to enjoy it.
والآن مع
السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session, which is about the expansion through exports. Can startups and scale-ups capitalize? The session will be moderated by Mr. Abdurrahman bin Utaibi, Director of Training at Munshaat, and will be the panelists will be the CEO of Exports and Import Bank, Saudi Bank, Engineering Saad, and the CEO of Islamic Corporation for Financing Trade, Engineering Hani. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the most compassionate. Peace and blessing be upon you. I would like to welcome you all in this Biban forum. I'm really happy and pleased for this opportunity to moderate this panel discussion among distinguished guests from the most enabling institutions at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and in the region in general. Thank you so much for giving me this chance to moderate this session. We'll start our session today, which will be will focus mainly on the startups, and with a question to His Excellency the CEO of Import and Export Bank, Mr. Saad Al Khalb. In your capacity as the CEO of Import and Export Saudi Import and Export Bank, could you please brief us on how the export could help the SMEs and the micro to progress with the development, and how the startups can expand and benefit from this? Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman. At the beginning, I would like to thank you all and all the organizer of Biban for the second edition. I think now Biban has been global from what I have seen today. I would like to thank all the organizers of this Biban forum. The session title is the title of the bank, Expansion in Exports, and this is the major goal of establishing the bank. It is one of the objectives of 2030 vision. The bank was established 2020 to expand in the exports of Saudi exports to reach into the global markets, new global markets. They might include some risks, of course, or more market share. Since establishing the bank, we have financed and provide security for more than 19 billion Saudi riyals or more, and this was the last year in 2022 as well. Number of companies, SMEs companies that has been financed, about 40% of the portfolio of this financing, indicating that the bank is preserving the right of the SMEs and the macro enterprises to maintain their share in exports. Exporting is opening new markets that will help us to export and to maintain the fluctuation in the demand of the products locally. So having global markets around the world will help in maintaining, stabilizing, and sustaining the growth of the companies. As we are one of the companies, we provided with the finance of about 750,000 Saudi riyals. This was first finance they received, they start exporting since then. The export is a mechanism that enables the companies and manufacturers and producers and even the provider of services to grow and to access a stable market. Many products could be mentioned in the other response, in my other response to the question. My question to engineering Hadi Symbol, the CEO of Islamic Corporation for Finance and Trade. My question, Your Excellency Engineering, the corporation, International Islamic Corporation and the Exports and Imports Bank has launched a program about empowering exports program for the SMEs in Saudi Arabia. Could you please brief us on this program, Your Excellency? Thank you so much. At the outset of my intervention, I would like to thank my brothers, Excellencies, Engineering Saad Al-Kholb, the CEO of the Import and Export Bank, Saudi Bank, and Excellency Engineering Sami Al-Husseini, the Governor of Munshaat, for for inviting me and the partnership, this blessed partnership between us in supporting the exports and in supporting and empowering the SMEs. And in fact, today I have accompanied engineering Mr. Sami in a tour. Unless I have seen that by my own eyes, I might not have believed him. I was really pleased with this visit to the Biban. I wasn't expecting all this positive atmosphere and this movement. The International Convention for Islamic Cooperation, member of Islamic Bank for Development, and the trade and exports in the Islamic Bank dates back to 45 years ago. However, when the private sector role mounted to increase, especially for the SMEs, the bank started off considering following an initiative by late King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz, may Allah bless his soul, to increase the volume of exports between the Islamic world, to have a specialized agency in financing and developing trade. We focused at the beginning on financing in general. However, we considered later that financing only is not enough. So financing will not empower member states or enable member states to reach or to access their development objectives, noting that most of the members, we have 57 member states today. Most of them are countries that need more than financing. They need programs for capacity building programs, trainings, information, needs expertise. Therefore, we have started attention on the business model for financing, and we integrated the financing and a package of projects that programs will support financing in capacity building areas and empowering the companies, either in the private sector, bigger companies, or SMEs as well. Focusing was on the government before. However, now the private sector has a major role. So we developed many programs, and one of these programs, in fact, was when I talked to my friend, to my brother, Engineering Saad. I told him that we have a project now, very important, we need to support this wonderful dynamics since we started the vision, Blessed Vision started, when it started enabling and empowering the SMEs. We see that we should have a program that such institutions will benefit from the products of the Exports Bank and this International Corporation for Finance and Trade, ITFC, to also benefit from the financing programs, funding programs. And we decided that the best partners is Munshaat. They have a very good experience and expertise. So this agreement, this tripartite agreement, and we started last year, in fact, in Ramadan, we signed an agreement, and hopefully we'll have a program very soon on the margin, on the meetings of the governors of Islamic Bank for Development. The program will empower the institutions or SMEs with financing and some other programs that I have mentioned earlier that started with Munshaat. However, the need is very tremendous, however, to support these companies, either in the KSA or in the future also. We have other programs by the corporation abroad. We have different success stories at West and Northern African countries and the Asian continent. That is why we are looking forward towards this partnership for the SMEs to benefit from this partnership through these programs. The opportunities provided with this program, which will enable them to grow and to contribute greatly on the GDP of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Indeed, thank you so much, Engineering Hani Symbol. The program has started. We are looking forward, in fact, to benefit more from this program and to continue the service with this program. My question to His Excellency Engineering Saad Al-Khalb. Today, we have many investment and financing agencies, like for trade or for development. How the Saudi Import-Export Bank can help and can assist with these products to launch, can unleash the potentials of the SMEs. There is direct and indirect participation when they have export opportunities for the SMEs, either for products or services in different forms and types. The bank provides credit solutions and financing solutions. Exports need two things: need finance and needs collaterals or against risks. The Saudi Bank for Export and Imports is working on these major products directly with the exporters or with the banks operating inside and outside the kingdom. So when having such services that guarantee the rights of exporters, mitigate the risks of export, and finance, direct financing through the bank for the exporters or to the importers from the Saudi exporters, this will increase the assets value of the companies or the SMEs in general. Will give more credibility to the investors to enter and scale up these companies. So our presence will be an assisting factor directly and indirectly to expand and scale up these SMEs to be mega companies. One of the products we are providing to guarantee the exports for the companies, the letter of credits for the local banks, and the credit lines for businesses, local banks and global banks or regional banks as well, to help providing the liquidity and for the export from the products produced in Saudi Arabia. This is a package of solutions, help in accessibility of Saudi products or that produced products and services to access more markets, where they include some risks or some markets that were not known for exporters because they don't know how the payment means. Also will provide these financial instruments to protect the exporters and scale up his client base, and will give more credibility to the investors to invest more on these SMEs. Thank you so much. My question to Engineer Hani Sumbul, I hope that could you please shed light and introduce us more to the role of and the efforts exerted by the IFTC and its experience in supporting SMEs in the member states in the bank. Thank you so much. As my brother Engineer Saad said, this institution plays a very central and pivotal role in we at the IFTC, we consider this sector and one of the most important sectors that should be supported to support any economic sector in the member states. We consider that the SMEs are the engine, the driving force behind development. Therefore, such institutions and SMEs were in the majority of all programs provided to the member states. We find out in the past, for instance, that, for example, not exclusively, that some countries there is more movements or among the SMEs, however, but they lack in accessing financing or credit. Because banks in these countries, in fact, does not understand these SMEs and consider them they have some weak points need to be strengthened further. So why don't we decided to develop programs in the East Africa, tripartite programs with some selected institutions, a number of SMEs, and the SMEs, and that their growth could be supported, and also we identify some local banks, and through this process we select one subnational entity in these countries to be through which to provide training programs and to promote the governance among these SMEs, to be able to provide their profiles to the banks for financing. We succeeded greatly in empowering these banks and introducing them how to handle and how to deal with SMEs in general. The rejection, however, was about 95% before. After we started applying these programs in these countries, we found out that the rejection declined to 45%. This is great success in countries that least developed countries in the Islamic world. Today, we have some programs to open new markets, launch bad programs. This will open new markets in cooperation with the countries, with the states. Now the Canadians opening their markets for the African products through the programs that the IFTC is financing. We finance the program, train them, and after that we do some tours, introduction tours to some group of these SMEs to countries like Canada and others in order to promote their products. They have many programs, in fact, that we have developed for empowering and enabling the SMEs. Also to some reverse linkages programs, these business meetings programs. Today, many companies, in fact, are we have like more than 10 business meetings at different sectors, and pharmaceuticals, medicines, and others. This type of activities has direct impact, and the deals and transactions were concluded, and have the B2B transaction, and we find that the exporters in our Islamic world, either in Arabic countries, they meet with their peers in the African countries, and there they conclude different transactions. What we do is just financing, and financing in fact includes, according to the type of the sector, like agricultural sector for instance. Some countries farmers need to support the SMEs, but however they need support not only to provide them with devices or machinery, but the know-how as well to be able to take advantage or use their lands in the best maximum way. There is so many, in fact, many programs. I would like to say that now we, in our programs, current program, in partnership with the export and import banks, we are looking forward to play a major role in supporting exporters among these SMEs, and we have the expertise with the market, more than 50 years, in fact. And thanks God that we have the credibility among the financial markets, particularly in Africa. Today, Africa is a very promising market, and of course it needs to get introduced to these markets and to be able, as my brother engineer Saad said, we will not have growth without exports. We have to export. Our goods should reach the international markets. Our programs will be an enabling programs for these types of activities and programs. Hopefully, my question, if I may, to Engineer Saad, could just enlighten us about the most important products directed to the businesses by the bank, how to access them, what are the most major requirements for such products?
Of course, the phrase that has been actually said by Engineer Hani as regards the export, exporting means growth, but the most important thing that we need to focus on the SMEs in addition to the micro enterprises, because they are representing the core, the core principle of economy and the backbone of the economy, because those companies are the pillars of supporting the economy through developing such kind of enterprises as well, and supporting them and actually enabling them as for the direct and indirect products as well that can be seen through funding, and actually in addition to financing before exports and during exports process, in addition to the supply chain financing in addition to actually financing the importer through the Chamber of Commerce. This is one thing. The other thing is that really the insurance-based products, when the exporter exports to a place that has a number of risks as well, and payment problems or refunding, for example, specific sums, so we can actually provide some of some sort of so as to keep and guarantee their rights as well, and to avoid them from the default of payment as well. And there are many different products that can be accessible as well in the time of technology. In this age of technology, well, we've got the website as well. We added another service in last January. I mean, the Leo service, the guide, the manual. So, for example, the manual of the exporter, where the export, for example, can ask for the assistance during the journey of applying for the advisory service as well, where one of the workers, one of the employees at the bank can communicate with the exports as well to give him the further details and explain to him about the proper products that can be exported. In addition, and in addition to the fact that we are doing great job here during this exhibition, we are actually providing, for example, 24-hour services in 12 months along the year through our electronic website. I have a question. I have a question for His Excellency Engineer Mr. Sumbul. Based on the International Islamic Corporation for Funding Trade, and the Islamic Corporation for Developing the Private Sector, based on the main role of this great corporation as well. Could you talk about the role? The National Islamic, the Islamic Development Bank Group is a very unique group. It's new. It's a newly established. It's a group that really has a number of institutions that complete the work of each other. The bank started and initiated with a vision for the fact we started in 70s, because this bank the Islamic Development Bank actually continued until today, for example, having the best AAA rating, AAA for the last past years as well. I'm talking about the three institutions, the first of which was the insurance, ISIC Insurance, and the Islamic Institution for Funding Exports, and the third institution, which was mentioned by Mr. Mohammed, which is actually which is supposed to provide service to the private sector, in addition to the Islamic Institution for Funding Trade. And if we look at the three institutions, they complete the work of each other. If you IDC, which I'm honored to be the president, or proud of its presidency, which support the Islamic countries, and the main mission is to provide all the funding services to the private sector in fields in very important sectors like energy sector and health, in addition to agriculture and renewable energy sectors, in addition to many other important sectors as well. But concentrating on large, does not only concentrate on large projects, but as well, and also concentrates on SMEs as well, through providing financing lines as well to regional international banks as well, through which, for example, the SMEs can receive the funding and the line of finance, and what is called an ITFC does its best as well to provide such type of services in different times, but the times of financing or funding from 12 to ITFC, in addition to IDC as well as for the line of financing as well. We have contribution portfolios in addition to managing assets as well, and the International Corporation, Islamic Corporation, to help the private sector is characterized by its long experience, for example, in Islamic sukuks and Islamic sukuks, and which one of the most important large institutions that really provides such kind of resources and services as well, based on very development projects as well, and mega projects that needs, for example, very large funding as well. So the ICD has a great percentage of expertise, for example, that has been accumulated through past years, and we are leading number of sukuks and issuing sovereign sukuks and funds as well to countries and to corporations as well. Within the past years until today, there are numerous projects in the field of energy, in addition to agriculture and renewable energy and water. And today, for example, we are actually getting in a new field of technology. We have very important projects in technology. As you can see, as mentioned by Mr. Saad, that the funding, for example, is completed by insurance, completed by long and short-term financing, and this is a very complete infrastructure and ecosystems. We'll have numerous partnerships, such as our partnership with Saudi Exim Bank, and we are so proud of having this kind of partnerships with the Exim Bank of Saudi Arabia, which are going to be very prosperous in the future, that will enrich and will support the SMEs within the coming few years, God willing. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The last final question given to the panelists, and I hope I would start with to our both guests. I will start with His Excellency Engineer Saad Al-Khalid, and I ask you to provide a piece of advice, to give a piece of advice about your role and being fully aware of all the expertise related to SMEs in addition to macro enterprises, about your piece of advice that is related to help them to exist in international and global markets. Let me talk about, for example, the funding role and funding related issues. SMEs, they don't have to look at the limited capital of the startup, in addition to looking for example, funding solutions, or from here. This is the most important point, and this is the 6 fundamental questions we need to ask ourselves. And another piece of advice I can give to the SMEs and the startups as well: they don't have to be a part of the supply chain. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is witnessing a very industrial revolution that's taken place. Is based on the initiative that has been launched 2 months ago with ambitious plan, with so many plants and factories as well. We have electric cars plants here. We have the Saudi factory for electric cars. We have Hyundai Motors, and we have all of these great companies working here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As for example, the SMEs enterprises, they have great tangible opportunities to invest in products that are used in big industries like the ones I mentioned to you. I actually ask you the same question, Your Excellency, Ms. Engineer, a piece of advice given to the exporters, SMEs, in addition to the macro enterprises. Let me talk about the SMEs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then what we can see physically and directly here is that we are so proud of all the procedures and measures that really support this sector. The sector has been seen as one of the most important pillars and the most important sectors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that grew in an unprecedented standard as well, due to the support, the continuous support of the government given to such enterprises, SMEs. And since Corona pandemic until today, for example, I always read about, for example, the growth percentage, the higher percentage of growth exceeding 45% on 50%. And I think, within my perspective, we reach 1 million SMEs in the enterprises in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, maybe more. But this actually makes us feel very proud of the great momentum, the great will, and the hope that we can see through the contribution of SMEs. The first panelist, the first speaker, for example, talking about the hope, and the last phrase, the fact of the difficult conditions that we're living, that are facing, that we're living and facing the SMEs. God willing, we're going to support such enterprises, and we need to be keen to build capacities. This is the most important thing, because the weak enterprises cannot grow. Companies, and the resilient companies that can really continue, that can have the longer breath, so as to face all the challenges being seen all over the world, for example, that are considered by large companies through strong governance, through information availability of information technology. These companies must take technology in their consideration, and to be familiar with what's going around to support such kind of enterprises. I hope that that SME sector, for example, know the Islamic the Development Bank Group through a program such as the Tamkeen program, and through the enabling program of the Saudi enterprises, still there are many things we can actually do, many things we can provide. And I think that really the ability of such enterprises, I mean, through knowing what's going around and to be familiar with what's going around, they will have great potentials, great opportunities through which we can provide the support to those enterprises. But at the beginning, we need to take care of ourselves, take care of the strengthening our situation in our economy as well, so with very strong level of governance through which we can face all the challenges all over the world, and we can actually face all the crises, healthy crises and non-healthy crises as well. Wishing everybody the best and wishing the SMEs enterprises all the best. Thank you very much, Your Excellence, Engineer Hani Sumbul, CEO of the International Islamic Corporation for Funding Commerce and Trade as well, and the Islamic Corporation for Developing the Private Sector. Would like to extend my appreciation to His Excellency, the CEO of the Exim Bank of Saudi Arabia, Engineer Saad as well. Would like to extend my appreciation as well to the audience. Thanks very much for their Excellencies, the speakers, the keynote speakers. Within a couple of minutes from now, of course, we will resume our program for the third day of Biban23. Please kindly be seated in your seats. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
حضورنا الكرام، نحن على موعد الآن مع
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have an upcoming panel discussion about technology, how fintech contributed to the emergence of SMEs. This to be moderated by Jamal, and we will have Sami Al-Haid, Senior Deputy of the Group of Banking Companies in Al Jazeera Bank, and Baha Khashoggi, the head of the banking SMEs group, by Walid, the partner in Adventure, and Professor Harris was the administrative manager in Adventure.
جامعة.
يلا حيه، كيف الحال؟ تفضل. اهلا وسهلا، حياك الله، كيف الحال؟ بها، تفضل.
السلام عليكم. السلام خير.
مساكم الله بالخير وحياكم الله في.
May you all a very good evening and welcome to this session speaking about fintech and how fintech contributed to the radical change in financial technologies, real life and services. We'd like to congratulate His Majesty the Custodian of the two Holy Mosques and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for the Flag Day that always represents the glory of this nation. In the beginning of this session, we'd like to speak about the importance of small and medium enterprises
Will fintech change the way we manage our own finance and money, and what are the key technologies that will come into play and change the sector as we know today? Today we'll be speaking to my guest, Mr. Sami, the Senior Deputy Assistant of the group of companies, banking companies in Al Jazeera Bank, and Baha Khashoggi, the head of the banking micro companies in the Saudi Fransi Bank, and Walid Al-Balla, the key partner. And the first to start with is you, Dr. Sami. Today, speaking about fintech leads us to an important question. Can we classify fintech companies that being entrepreneurial projects, and why, if yes? Thank you so much. Beyond a shadow of doubt, today when we review the history of fintechs, as fintech has come into play and the start of the fintech that has come into play, they have come into play, of course, normally the development and the industrial revolution, of course, come based on the challenges. In 2008, it was the key starter, the key driver to look into the fintech and to look into the technological companies. And the main, after 2008, the financial economic crisis, most of the entrepreneurs may have started to focus on fintech largely. Of course, once they see challenges and different problems that face the economy, particularly when it comes to the financial industry or financial sector in general, so the digital revolution started to come into play. How to benefit and draw on it? If today we look into the digital revolution, we see that it plays such a great positive, of course, impact on the economy from different 5 to 4 or 4 to 5 aspects. First, fintech, when they are the first front line with the customers, with the clients in the market, the key partner is the creating jobs, to create job opportunities, to create jobs, create job opportunities. So creating job opportunities, the reason behind it is that the positive impact of fintech technologies, or fintech companies, positive will be impacting the economy, and it will impact the growth of the economy. At the same time, it will create more job opportunities. The second aspect, which is related to customer experience, or the customer experience as we say, with the fintech companies, this will increase largely. I mean, the customer experience in terms of the long and the short run for any process operations or transactions to be activated or be to processed. So this enhances their own enrichment. The third aspect, which is competition or competitiveness, that we feel and sense in reality with the fintech companies, because in the financial sector, financing companies that support financing, they used to focus on, and also used to focus on the pricing, and they monopolize the pricing. With the digital companies and fintech technology, fintech companies, competitiveness has been increased, and competitiveness itself has been positively reflected on the customers, and beyond a shadow of doubt, the sector has positively been impacted, and we can speak a lot about this, of course. Mr. Baha, today, drawing on Mr. Sami's speech, today we're speaking and we are linking entrepreneurs and the SMEs, and would like to know more about the importance of this and how entrepreneurs can represent when it comes to the banking system and the banking services. Peace, blessing be upon you all. Of course, entrepreneurship is very important in the financial sector and other sectors as well. Innovation, finding solutions, innovative solutions, good solutions, new solutions, moving fast, taking fast actions, resilience, more than in traditional institutions. With this in mind, and this thriving economy and prosperous economy, and this big future companies, of course, Jimmy, always the executive officer of JP Morgan Bank, he said that he's worried about the emerging companies in Silicon Valley and their impact on the financial sector, because they are faster and more rapider, of course, and they understand the market more than the traditional banks, because the emerging generations have different requirements and needs. The fast of change. Traditional banks are slow when it comes to change or make decisions. Equally important, the impact of the size of technologies was greater than expected, or was greater than the and also the speed of change beyond expectations. So the impact is so big and huge, and is very important as well. Mr. Walid, speaking about fintech leads us to an important question, which is, do you think that fintech contributed or does it have any impact when it comes to the financial transactions for entrepreneurs? Good, very good. To answer your question, I need to object to what is known as financial technology. It means that we didn't used to have any kind of financial technologies. The financial sector used to have a lot of technologies. So we speak about fintech, it means that we are speaking about different mindset, different mentality. We say, what if, for example, what if we look back into finance and capital or money, what is it that we can do? So fintech is a mindset, a mentality, a way we think, and this opens up new horizons, raises, of course, the ceiling of expectations, and brings a new kind of business. So with this in mind, for entrepreneurs, this is big opportunities for them to get engaged into the market, and this market can be further expanded and reimagine our relationships. We provide services for people who did not used to exist in certain situations, or didn't used to have such kind of services and technologies, either through enhancing activation, more efficiency, more coverage, for example. Or these all cases, the relationship between fintech and the traditional financial sector is coming into formation, into this pilot stage. And at the end of the day, the customer is the most important. So entrepreneurs, for them, this is big window for them, big windows for opportunities, of course, so that we can build and draw on things that we didn't used to exploit or didn't used to apply and use, and it has come into action based on technologies, and with the spread of mobile and the enablement of legislation, regulations, and also the regulations of rights coming to individuals. With these all changes may create disruption, but at the end of the day, they produce us what is known as a kind of disruption, constructive disruption with a new service yet to be provided. Great. Mr. Sami, between the traditional financial services, as Mr. Bah has already explained, and fintech and the revolution that has come into play, there should be always characteristics for fintech. We'd like to know more about this from you, about the characteristics of fintech companies. Of course, there are different aspects relating to fintech. The AI, artificial intelligence, which is very important, and normally this side or this aspect relates to speeding up operations, digitizing processes, operations, and transactions. The participants might have seen this through the different responses using different social media tools, such as applications through WhatsApp, or communicating directly through the automated communication and their automated responses to facilitate the way we communicate with the end users, and the stakeholders. This is one thing, and this has been used by the financial sector, and it's been very much concentrated. The other aspect is the machine learning. Machine learning per se means that the data or the database, the big database that is available today, helps us further and contributes to making us able to understand if there is a new product yet to be launched, so that we can consider the different considerations, the different aspects, the data that have been put in this system or ecosystem, and based on which, of course, certain outputs can be also contributory to making our own decisions. With this in mind, the characteristics of fintech companies, the positive sides is that definitely will further help you to control and penetrate into the market, and will take a segment, because we're speaking about the three streams. The first stream is the payment services and the digital payments or e-payments. The second stream, which is financing. The third stream is financial advisories or financial consultancy or consulting services. So fintechs today, if I want to speak about the banking systems or the banks, if we are speaking here about 25 years of age that have passed, we need to see how much we worked and worked out A3 or A4 or whatever paper and started calculating and analyzing. Today, fintech contributed largely and extensively. That's that kind of analyses, financial analyses, be it on sectoral analysis or different industries, or loss given default, and the possibility of a project to lose or a company to lose today. This can be done by one click with different results, or with so many results. Of course, some people may feel worried about fintech, that your job may be taken by fintech. On the contrary, as I've said at the beginning of my speech, it can create more job opportunities, because this will help to grow more and more for the economy. So you answered my question extensively. Yes, I did, of course, extensively. Mr. Baha, today there is much more, of course, request or order for fintech. My question is, how can financial sector adapt to the increasingly growing and the speed changes? Well, in fact, adaptation or resilience cannot be sufficient. It is a response. It is a reaction. The world is increasingly growing. It comes to change. Today, you have to make the change itself and not just to adapt to change. And making change requires innovation, speed, resilience when it comes to making decisions. And you have to be resilient and adaptive and adaptable, even for entities, corporations, and traditional banks. They need to take this into consideration. In addition, what has been said by my colleagues, the operational expenses will be, of course, further supported by fintech and reduce cost. But again, there are other upcoming revolutions such as AI and data analytics. These will help to make rapid and prompt decision-making processes and enhance the quality of customer service, and also the way we make decisions as fast as possible. Mr. Walid, today we're speaking about fintech, and we're speaking about applications and fintech, and we need also to speak about fintech. What are the fields of fintech and how these fields can be further improved based on the SMEs? Good, very good. The backbone of any economy is the financial system, particularly when it comes to SMEs. So when we speak about such sectors or industries, such as payments, such as statement, financial control, financial analysis, and so on, but what is going on now in reality, and may not be felt by so many others, is a merger between the way and the method of companies work and payment and financial issues, because they were separated, but now they all have come into play, and financial processes and operation used to be, of course, processed in a different way. So it is all enablement, empowerment. Today, for example, if there is a restaurant that starts at the beginning of work, the fintech enables such a restaurant to get into the market much easier than before. Competitiveness and competition has changed with big heroes or big stars in the market. if you speak about the cycle of the capital is very important. When I have to pay for the providers and when I can get my money back and from the customers, the clients, it was such a great challenge for companies. We're speaking about the democratization of SMEs for the financial services yet to be provided or provided today with the group or mass financing and the microfinancing, the ability of banks to discriminate and differentiate between the good data, the good customer and the bad customer. So for SMEs have now the ability, much better of course than they used to have in the past. The other things that I would also like to say, it is the embedded fintech. When fintech has become part and parcel of the companies, such as the example I've just cited. So fintech is not a byproduct or a product by itself. It is one of the features, one of the characteristics of so many companies. The same company can provide like services, financial services from others. A provider, for example, may say like, I have customers, the clients, I can provide them directly. I have data about them, accurate data, the precise data about them. I can archive them so that my rights and my duties can be archived and can be documented, so I can help myself and them to process such kind of services. So for SMEs are the groups that are much are there to benefit much from these kind of fintechs. Mr. Sami, the opportunities we are speaking about today, particularly in this sector, the SMEs, how much and how well such SMEs can compete for this great opportunity to create new opportunities in this field? As for fintech, of course, in 2018, the number of fintech companies in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were about 10 only. In 2019 to 2021, the number increased up to 82 companies. Last year, 142 companies, fintech companies, and it is expected and it is requested in 2025 to be up to 230 companies. This is of course part of the Vision 2030 programs that focus on fintech largely. SME or the SME sector, the question is how to benefit from fintech. The market itself is very important because for SMEs or what is known as startups, it is very important for financial inclusion, to be included financially, that we inside the financial sector or banking system, that we need to provide inclusion or to enable the startups to further help and contribute to making startups when it comes to not just like financing that can be made available in financing, can be also in consultancy, in advisory services, in government sectors largely, of course. These all will contribute and further help SMEs to develop and focus more on this sector. Today, the SME sector, based on the update, represents 172 billion in terms of the size and the volume of financing in this sector. So with this in mind, when we have fintech companies that contribute to making and providing financing, you cannot, of course, deal with SMEs and as the way you do with the corporate companies, because the bureaucracy of work and the processes and operations based on the financial statements and making the final decisions whether financing or non-financing would not help SMEs, because they are startups, so they don't have financial statements and the data and the information yet to be made available. So SMEs, what helps the fintech companies, of course, that finance, of course, they help to take this segment and further facilitate financing for them. Financing that is related to payroll, for instance, or the company, I mean the employees of the same company or finance with a limited amount of money. You don't have to take a lot of work and business processes and operations that requires rapid response. So no doubt that fintech companies, so to speak, help largely such SMEs and help and contribute the sector SMEs as well. Mr. Baha, speaking about fintech companies make us ask ourselves, what are the key technology of financial technologies? And you always say there is a rapid revolution about this. Tell us more about, explain more about the financial technology that will change the sector completely. Great question. In fact, in the past, revolutions and technologies used to come each 10 years or each decade, and then of course then later came social media platforms, and then later came the revolution of applications. People started to be more mobile, using their mobile phones. So what's coming is that there will be more synchronous revolutions. 3 synchronous revolutions will come into play at the same time. So the impact will be double. The first one, which is the big data, and has been explained by my colleagues, and the data, the big data, will be made available for customers and about customers and how we expect their behaviors, the attitudes. The second revolution is the AI and how we can make decisions as quick as possible based on our understanding on the reality. The third revolution is robotics. In industry or transportation, it will be such a huge revolution. Each and every revolution will create impact as much as the one before. So the impact will be double, and there are other revolutions will come also, such as like blockchain, or that will also help to further communicate with the users directly. The change in the financial sector today, no one can ever imagine how much or how fast, but we know one thing, that the customer will always be the other core, and the closer you are to the customers and the more you provide, the more service you provide, the more you will be able to survive and exist. So we are speaking about a very much a new experience for customers and clients. Mr. Walid, there is direct impact and indirect impact for fintech. So many sectors speak about this, but the direct impact for fintech on business sectors, what is it? What is it that we are speaking about, the direct impact of fintech? By and large, we can divide this into different streams. The first of which is enhancing efficiency in capacities or capabilities. So with this in mind, reducing costs, enhancing processes and efficiency. We see some companies reaching up in terms of the efficiency of capital. They can now generate the number of employees, like they can generate like $1 million or $1 billion, and now we just need like just 2 people to generate this. And also we look into the fintech companies, 1 employee can produce like 3 billion. So enhancing productivity based on the number of the employees. The other thing is also raising or enhancing efficiency. We now can do things that we didn't used to, or we couldn't do anymore in the past. Or we have a new technology that allow us to create more and more, as been explained by colleagues, to create more things that we did not imagine before, or else to maximize the market. And this is something good about it in fintech, and also to include the inclusion of the market we didn't use in the past, of course, to change, to adapt to new markets or existing markets. Speaking about fintech in terms of the medical insurance, we see the impact on 3 aspects. The first of which, for example, in medical insurance for certain people, because of high risk with the, of course, AI models, we can now cover medical such people in medical insurance. Also seniors, I mean adult people or old people. Also, how can enhance the efficiency of medical insurance coverage in terms of like the behavioral change and the modification, and encourage them on certain healthy behaviors and attitudes, giving them like medical portfolios or things they have to do, and guiding them so that they can make their own decisions as quick as possible. The third thing is that we have to avoid bad people that I used to provide medical insurance for them. Based on the data, I can raise up the cost so that I don't have to make the cost on others as I do on them. So these are the most important aspects when it comes to the direct impact of fintech on medical insurance or other sectors. Mr. Sami, speaking today about fintech and the big growth and the revolution in this sector, but the most important and vital aspect I would like you to speak about trends. When we speak about fintech trends in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Arab world, where are they, or where is it heading for? Could you repeat the second part? What are the trends of fintech in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Arab world as well? Do you mean like the trends? Do you mean legislation, regulation? No, trends. Where are they heading for? Today in our own world with COVID-19 pandemic and the world that has changed, we see much focus on the kingdom, as we've seen this in the kingdom. The application, Al-Tawakkalna application, it is one application with different Tawakkalna services, is one of the outputs of fintech. This application has so many things. As a person, you have a lot of things in this as a citizen or resident, and based on this, of course, the driver went viral in a COVID-19 pandemic, because COVID-19 pandemic as a crisis, the less physical contact, the less communication directly with the people, and the more fintech companies develop more products, more applications to adapt to the market change, because at the end of the day it is a win for them. It is a behavior, it is the customer behavior. In replying to your question today, the customer or the client, I mean the user, is highly aware. When he or she speaks about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are speaking about people aged over 15 up to 35, representing more than 25%. So you are dealing with young generations. You are speaking and you are dealing and communicating with young people who directly deal with and use digital applications and devices. You see, and you are shocked to see that Japan are lagging behind the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and this is commonly known because the composition of the population is totally different. So today, the trends we are seeing in terms of fintechs is the expansion. I just talked about this now. Today we have 142 2022. By 2025, there should be more than 230 companies. So we focus more on fintechs, and this will further help, of course, that the focus will be on the growth, on the economic growth, and it will be go beyond the expectation by 2023. Thank you so much, Mr. Baha. In short, please, how can, whether local or regional, how can such companies in fintech can be always at the forefront and hold their own positions to start initiation, to change, to make decisions quickly, to be resilient, and also strike a balance between the profitability and sustainability in such an increasingly growing world, facing a lot of changes such as overpopulation and climate change. Mr. Walid, this is the final question I would like to ask you. There are different factors that support fintech. Tell us more about the key factors. Could you repeat the question? There are factors definitely support the fintech, the growth of fintech. Mr. Sami has already spoken about the great jump in fintech, the great services, the products. So there are certain factors supporting such kind of growth. Could you tell us more? It's a very important question. I am one of the most important activists when it comes to this, particularly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to be ahead of countries. Talented people are there. The size of the market is the biggest across the region. The GDP in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia last year, trillions of dollars, of course, and this is very important. Back again to the mindset or mentality. We broke the barrier that we were just like consumers, users. Also, we see the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia competing with others, whether in fintech or others. So with this in mind, these are all factors that now are made available. Legislation and regulations in fintech, and now the legislation and regulations have developed fintech and have put it at the forefront and prioritize it because at the end of the day, it is not just like enablement or entertainment or luxury. We have seen this in different countries. Fintech is now, I will cite an example, Mada network, and which is common across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is now a leading technology in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. With this in mind, of course, it is very important across all sectors, all levels. What we need is only, as my colleague said, the initiative, the opportunities. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the hub, is the starting point of the others. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Walid Al-Ballah. Thank you ever so much, and Mr. Baha Al-Khalji and Sami Al-Bhay. Thank you ever so much for your all contribution, great ideas that we hope to be very much productive, very much fruitful for everyone to benefit from, for SMEs owners. Thank you very much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Your attention is highly appreciated as well for the participant. Thank you so much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is Dr. Paris Etras. He's the Managing Director of Venture Lab, Professor of Entrepreneurship at IE University. And the title of his keynote is 20,000 Days, Why Startups Love Sundays.
Assalamu alaikum. It's great to be here in Riyadh again. My name is Paris Delatraz. I'm the Managing Director of the Venture Lab at IE University. I've been running it for the last 12 years, during which time we've accelerated over 1,500 startups. And I'm very proud to say that our school is fourth in the world in entrepreneurship. So let's begin. 21,000 days. So I'm going to tell you 13 lessons from a gray-haired an Arab-loving gringo, former investment banker, serial entrepreneur turned professor. But before we begin, let me just tell you a nice fact. The average 25-year-old has 21,000 days to live. Wallah. 21,000 days. Remember that number. So let's begin. Lesson number 1. Your professional life begins outside of your comfort zone. And I'm going to tell you a story that will help you relate to that. This is Garrett McNamara, one of the top surfers in the world. He rode the biggest wave in the world, 38 meters, in Portugal a few years ago. Do you think he was comfortable with uncertainty? Very comfortable with uncertainty. He was forced out of his comfort zone repeatedly. And so when you think about your comfort zone, think about that. How comfortable are you with uncertainty? Now, let me tell you my story, because lesson one is that your professional life begins outside your comfort zone. And I'm going to tell you how I learned that the hard way. In 1968, yeah, most of you weren't born in 1968. I was 8 years old, and I was fairly introverted. My mother had me selling lemonade outside of our home in Los Angeles, California, so I could meet people, become a little more social. During the ages of 13 and 16, I was a paper boy. This is pretty common in the United States, and this also got me out of my comfort zone. Now, this is not a picture of me, okay? I swear, wallah, this is not a picture of me, but I had my bachelor's in mathematics, and I did my master's work in computer science, and I got my first job as a programmer. So what can you say about me? I was a nerd. Dafour, as you would say. Is that the right word, Dafour? Good. Yes, I was a nerd. Now, in my personal life, I was also a nerd. My first girlfriend at the age of 17. We went out for about 6 months until one day she called me and said, Paris, we got a problem. And I was like, well, what's the problem? And she said, well, the problem is that we never have problems. You're like a straight line. You're so predictable. And I said, well, give me an example of that. And she says, well, for example, when you tell me you're going to call me at 8 o'clock, what time do you call me? 8 o'clock, right? She said, don't you understand that for a woman, if you call me at 8:15, it's wonderful. Those 15 minutes of anxiety. My family, they set their watches with your calls at 8 o'clock. And so she left me. And I realized back then that also being a nerd in your personal life could be complicated. And so I got lucky. I got approached by an investment bank in New York City, and they put me through a training program that got me to get out of my comfort zone repeatedly. And this training program was about learning to feel comfortable with uncertainty. It forced me out of my comfort zone every day for 6 months. And so what happened? Well, I got hired, and I spent 20 years in investment banking. 20 years. I loved uncertainty professionally, but I was still calling my girlfriends at 8 o'clock. I had not changed as a person. And so in 2002, I turned 42, and I became what I call a Friday person. In your language here, it's probably a Thursday person. Do you know what Thursday people are like? They hate what they do all week, and they're looking forward to the weekend. Yes, I became a Friday person, and I decided I wanted to become something else, leave banking. I became an entrepreneur. I resigned from the bank, and my first startup was in sports marketing. I took the Valencia football team to Japan, and then I took the Barcelona football team to Japan in 2005, 6, and 8. Look at that nerd smiling again. I was a Monday person again. I had 2 other startups. I even had a video game where I lost a lot of money. And so in 8 years, I had 5 startups. 2 failed miserably, and 3 did okay, and 1 did really well. Until I realized that in 2009, I wanted to do something else. After 8 years of being an entrepreneur, I had become a Friday person again. And so I decided to become a professor. And so my friends would say, you're the only person that we know that every time you change careers, you make less money. Mafi Falus. That's right. I'm a professor now. And so what was my passion? It was teaching. And I did my PhD on what I call quants. Quants are people that don't like leaving their comfort zone, that struggle with uncertainty. This is what I studied. Essentially, I was studying nerds again. And I studied them in 155 cases all over the world. And so I ask you here today, do you get out of your comfort zone a lot? How often do you experiment? Well, do you think we are born nerds? Do you think I was born like that? Or was I born like that? Like my sister, she was a party animal since she was born. No, we're not born nerds. They did a study in England, and they followed 5-year-old kids, and they saw that 97% were creative. They followed those kids until they were 15. And at that point, only 12% were creative. What happens to us between the ages of 5 and 15? Education. Yes, we're not looking for certainty as a child. We're very comfortable with uncertainty. But isn't it ironic that the world is more and more uncertain, but we are trained for a predictable world? And so how do you get comfortable with uncertainty? You step out of your comfort zone a lot. And so where should you be professionally? Comfortable with uncertainty? Yes, very comfortable with uncertainty, because the world is very uncertain. But where should you be in your personal life? It doesn't matter. I'm very comfortable with uncertainty right now, and that's why when I was invited to come to Biban, I said, when do I leave? But in my personal life, I am still calling my wife at 8 o'clock. I have not changed much. And so this is our scale that we created with professors from UC Berkeley, Stanford, and IE Business School. And see, I was a P1, W1 when I was in college. Today, I'm about a P1.5, W4. I love uncertainty in my professional life. I don't like it in my personal life. So think about yourself. Where are you on this scale? Have you thought about your relationship with uncertainty? How it's different in your personal life and your professional life? The reality is that 80% of the people, and we've done research now with 20,000 people all over the world over the last 10 years, 80% of the people that are innovators, entrepreneurial minded, think out of the box, that are W3 and W4 are P1, P2s in their personal life. Now, does this make sense? That you go crazy professionally and then you're a nerd in your personal life? Sure it does. What are we looking for in our lives? A balance. And it shows. And so here's by nationality, you can see we did 20,000 people that we studied over the last 10 years. And look at Saudi Arabia, P2, W2. Not bad, but we need to grow the W2. And it's events like this and becoming more entrepreneurial in what we do that grows our W. Japan has got some real issues. They need a lot of help when it comes to growing their relationship with uncertainty. This was in Japan last year. These 5 participants in this conference, like today, they came up to me after the conference and they said, Professor, we're P1s. Look at the guy in the raincoat. He probably looks like a P0, doesn't he? Well, that guy in the raincoat, he said to me, Professor, I'm a P1 W4. And I said, good. And he said, but I have a problem. All my friends are telling me that I should become more sociable, that I should grow my P. And I said, are you happy? He said, I'm very happy. You know, I stay home with my wife. We order in. We don't like to be sociable. We don't like going out. We're fairly traditional. And I said, if you're happy, stay the way you are. Because the reality is that not everybody is happy today. There are more unhappy people than happy people. And so if you're happy, don't change. You do not need to be a Hollywood person in order to have a Silicon Valley mentality. 21,000 days. Yes, it sounds like a lot of days, right? Well, that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2 is make sure you love what you do. Friday people hate what they do all week. It's like Thursday people. Now, 40% of your life is going to be work. Do you want to be a Thursday person for the rest of your life? Think about that. Work can make you happy. You just need to love what you do. It feels like a kashta, right? Little picnic in the desert. That feels good. Or maybe your favorite Ramadan TV show. 21,000 days. Sounds like a lot of days. Lesson number 3, ambition. Are you ambitious enough? Are you ambitious, or are you just settling for bread every day? The hockey stick. We've seen a lot of hockey sticks. Why do investors want to see a hockey stick? It's not that they believe it, but they want to see your ambition. 21,000 days, yes. Lesson number 4, cultivate your adrenaline. Adrenaline is very important. I have this sign on my office in Madrid, and people smile because it says essentially, let the stress begin. We need to have stress in our systems, people. Unless we have stress in our lives, we're not alive. There's a need for this healthy paranoia that keeps us going. Entrepreneurs feel it all the time. Yes, 21,000 days in our lives left, right? Lesson number 5, it cannot be just the money. What is your why in your life? Does this turn you on? Are you looking for Mr. Green all the time? It can't be just the falloos. 21,000 days. Lesson number 6, live your life. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Steve Jobs said that. What is important to you? Are you living your life, or are you trying to prove something to someone else? 21,000 days. Surround yourself with positive energy. Lesson number 7. Surround yourself with people that celebrate you. A wise man said to me, it took him many years in his life to realize that he was surrounded by people that tolerated him, when you should be only surrounded with people that celebrate you. Don't hang around people that forget to say, mashallah. Always surround yourself with positive energy. 21,000 days. Lesson number 8, the world is not fair. We all know that, right? It's going to be hard. And that's why so many people give up in entrepreneurship. 21,000 days. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. Only about 1% of the population become entrepreneurs, but 85% of millionaires are homemade. They make themselves. The reality is that if you have not made your first million by 35, you probably won't. 21,000 days. Lesson number 10. Are you committed or involved in what you do? Think about when you're having scrambled eggs with meat in the morning. The chicken is involved. The cow is fully committed. Are you chickens or are you cows? Millennials, lesson 11. Millennials and Gen Zs don't like to ask for help. Trust me, you need to have a mentor in your life. Look around you and look at the value in success every day and learn from that. 21,000 days. Lesson number 12. Do not settle in your life, in the words of Steve Jobs. If somebody offers you an amazing opportunity and you're not sure whether you can do it, take it anyways. 21,000 days. And now my final lesson. Life is too short to be a Friday person or a Thursday person here. Seems like a lot of days, right? Well, I wish I had 21,000 days. But the reality is that we don't know how many days we have. So when you leave today, Biban, make sure that you make every day count. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة الكرام نشكر لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in the third day, Biban23. We will see you tomorrow, hopefully, to continue our program in Biban23.
Of our event for today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.